Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Go. into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Go. into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Ruthless Regional Showdown. You're with me here, Contra, alongside with Sir Cloud, to bring you all the heat, bring you all the action across MENA as well as Europe. And of course, we're going to kickstart our run once more, as we've already had the past week's action, and now we carry on with the second phase of the Regional Showdown.
Oh yeah, the second phase will be a continuation from last week, ladies and gentlemen. That means the points from last week will be carried over to this week. So that also means 3 more days for us to determine who will be the champion for the first edition of the Ruthless Regional Showdown for MENA.
That's right, and I'm absolutely looking forward for it. I mean, we've seen some really incredible action coming in from all the teams that have participated. And of course, we do have certain news as well to break to you guys on maybe a little bit of a shift on the participating teams for this course of these evening. So that being said, if you guys are tuning in for the first time, welcome on board as we bring you some of the finest PUBG mobile esports action available. And of course, with that being said, I think we've seen a lot of all these incredible feats being achieved by teams like MADBULLS, even teams like APG have gotten some of all these good runs as well. But speaking of APG, unfortunately, they will not be joining us for tonight. But of course, replacing them on their slot is going to be PAPARA Supermassive.
Yes, a bit of a change there, ladies and gentlemen. So, well, at least we'll get to see for the first time in our Ruthless Regional Showdown, PAPARA Supermassive, who we will see in the PMGC later on. But before we head on to more details about the teams, just to recap a little bit on the point system, you guys should know this by heart now. Chicken Dinner in every round will receive 10 points, second place 6 points, third place 5 points, fourth place 4 points, fifth place 3 points, sixth place 2 points, 7 and 8 will be 1 point, ninth onwards will not receive any place on points. But as usual, every team will be eligible for elimination points.
That's right. That being said, there's a lot of teams on board. I believe we have 18 teams last week. So it's going to be a haul of points for those that can outlast those duels. And that being said, we already got done with phase 1, and all that's left right now is going to be phase 2 with 3-day span of action. So each day we'll be playing on 5 matches, and of course, like I've said beforehand, that's 18 teams in total fighting for the chicken dinner.
Oh yes, 18 teams in a single lobby format. That means every team that you see will play every single round. So if you follow us from last week, you probably know the 5 map sequence by now already. So we're going to start off with Rondo, followed by 2 ERANGELs, and we'll end the day with 2 MIRAMARs. Now, as mentioned here on screen, phase 1 and phase 2 overall rankings will determine the champion. And these are your teams that will be playing here today. So we have BOARS Gaming, we have UF, we have Kara, we have GEN.G, R8, GEEKAY Esports, Regnum Carrier Esports, Team Falcons, PAPARA Supermassive that will be making their debut here today. We have GS, Twisted Minds, we have also Nuclear Zone, we have ARCred, and we have ETSH Esports, In the Circle, Virtus Pro, MADBULLS, and GOATs will be playing here today.
And out of the many names out there on the list, GOAT team have absolutely impressed us by having a very consistent run. They've been able to hold on to that #1 spot for a very long time. And then Virtus Pro did manage to also pounce back up over onto the standings as well. And they're definitely fighting to finale to be topping the charts. That's from what I could recall, but of course, we'll be showing you guys the amount of points that they managed to achieve back in phase 1, or maybe we might just, accumulate phase 1 points for the moment, and we could just forget about phase 1 for now. So long as they can be sure that they can just hold in maximum points round after round, that is gonna surpass whatever the past results were.
Yep. But last we had during the end of phase 1, yes, like what you mentioned, right, Contra, GOAT, they are at #1. But when it comes to the points are still close enough for the teams below them to catch up to GOAT. So it's not like GOAT is now like way ahead of everyone else and it's impossible for them to be caught. No. 15 maps will be played throughout the 3 days, including today. So that's plenty of maps for the other teams to catch up. So the pressure now will be onto GOAT to try to maintain their pace. But before we recap on the numbers, we will introduce to you the players for every single team. Starting off with the BOARS Gaming, we have Wolf Esports, Kara Esports, and GEN.G Esports.
Yep, and we've seen a lot of incredible feats coming from the side of Wolf, and from their end, I've definitely seen a lot of great frags coming in from Solus as well as Catch. We'll see whether the rest can also keep up, where Kara, BOARS, as well as GEN.G, they've been able to keep some steady pace across the race.
Yes, and also RA Esports, GEEKAY Esports, Rectum Career Esports, and Team Falcons. Now, some of the fans of Rectum Career Esports, if you were to see the overall rankings later on, it might look like, hey, why is my favorite team, Rectum Career Esports, on page #2? Well, to be fair, they didn't play on day 1. They came into the tournament on day 2 onwards, but they are definitely on the rise. I would say Rectum Career Esports is one of those teams to be given attention to.
Yeah, they've been able to at least bring some massive haul of points on their appearances, and that's what matters the most. They managed to even surpass those that did play back in day 1. And of course, we want to introduce to you guys PAPARA Supermassive. This team is a titan in the Turkish scene. So, of course, lo and behold, we got Tron, Kamikaze, Lost, as well as Nico joining on board.
Yep, welcome to them. We will be able to see them in action today onwards. And we also have ETSH Esports, ARCred, Inner Circle, and Virtus Pro. Out of all these teams that you can see here on screen, currently Virtus Pro, they are at #2 with 143 points. They're just 7 points behind GOATs. So they are very, very close. One good game could shoot them to the top. So the pressure is for GOAT right now to try to keep their pace and try to keep that gap against Virtus Pro, who played really well, especially with that one moment last week, Contra, if you remember, Malloy, he was the one that crawled behind another team, and then he survived to a second place finish. That was the moment from Malloy.
Yeah, it was absolutely madness. And speaking of madness, MADBULLS are also in the race as well. Within the top 5, if I can recall, Talika, Flip, Lemon, as well as Pusher is going to be that 4 stack to try to keep up to the tempo of GOAT team, where GOAT team on the very final day of phase 1, they did have a little bit of a shaky start, but eventually they managed to pick up the pace rather quickly. So I want to see, is Joyagi still going to be the focal point of attention, because he's got so many frags, and I do believe he was the player that was hailed as the MVP of the tournament thus far.
Yeah, and at some point as well, when we fly into the map, there's this stats on the side of the screen. It was Joyagi everywhere. But as of now, our overall MVP is Aaron from Wolf, who brought in 28 eliminations so far with 6,031 damage. So he overtook the spot of Joyagi representing Wolf. But Wolf they are currently still at number 4. So it's not only Aaron that needs to perform for them to shoot up to that number 1 spot. It's the entire team that will need to keep up with the pace starting from today.
Yeah, and I would definitely say that the entire squad of OV definitely can actually go in for very high frag volumes if they want to. But more importantly, they've been able to also reach multiple top 4 runs back in phase 1. And I want to really see, again, OV to be able to pull some massive performances, because I can recall their runs back in ERANGEL was absolutely overwhelming. So that being said, though, on number 2, we also do have Scarface to be working in tandem alongside with Aaron. Great to see 2 of them being on the list for the MVP. Meanwhile, we also do have Alino from VP on number 5. On number 4, we got Bad Boy coming from the side of ARCred, and of course, GOAT. We got Twix, and I do believe a few other notable names is somewhere very close to reach the top 5 as well.
Yeah, and what I like about our Road to MVP is that most of these players, they are from different teams. We only have Aaron and Scarface, they are teammates, but other than that, they are from different teams. It just shows the level of competition when it comes to this lobby, and anybody can be the MVP because we had a swap of MVPs, like what you mentioned earlier, like Joraga, and then now it's Aaron. Who knows, by the end of today, it could be any one of these top 5 or maybe someone on the outside, because I do believe as well that the points are close. Now,
Indeed.
Zooming in onto the overall fraggers, these are only based on the total elimination. So Aaron with 28, even Twix with 26, sharing the same amount with Alino 26 as well. And then you have Bad Boy 25 and Scarface 24. So the numbers are still very, very close.
Yeah, and it's just so impressive on the amount of damage that Bad Boy has been able to do. He actually has more damage than the top 2 all the way to top 5. Well, I can't really say top 5 because Scarface, he's done 6,019. He's basically almost matching on to Aaron at number 1 spot.
Yeah, with 4 eliminations behind Aaron, but he's able to deal that amount of damage. And they happen to come from the same team, you kind of think about it. So it doesn't really matter the total damage. What matters is that the amount of eliminations brought in, and if you have 2 of them from the same team that's able to do that kind of number as well, then you know that the team is pretty solid. But if we were to zoom in onto the overall ranking numbers, they're currently at number 4, but they are still 30 points behind GOAT. So they have a little bit more work to do overall in order to catch the number 1.
Yeah, and right now, the ones with the most chicken dinners has been MADBULLS as well as GEEKAY Esports, where they're both sitting at 5th as well as 6th respectively. So all they really have to do is to amp up on those elimination points. And going into map 1, it's going to be of vital importance that all these teams rack up as much as they can in Rondo, while there is going to be those recall towers for teams to keep reviving. And with more of these revive, that can only mean one thing: more elimination points.
Oh yeah, more elimination points, more action. That's what we want to see later on. Now, as I would love to see as well, Twisted Mind to score a chicken dinner, because they're the only team right now on page number 1 that does not have a chicken dinner yet. And I'm pretty sure they want to get their poster up as well. So 5 games today for them to do so. One other interesting point here is that the team with the most chicken dinners, we have MADBULLS as well. Let's see if they can bring in more points overall. Now, flipping over to page number 2 here. So we do have a board here just by the borderline to break into page number 1. Again, it's all about the total points, right? The total points are still very close contrast. So I think there will be major changes still here on page 2 by today.
Yeah, I certainly do agree that there is definitely going to be some catching up to do, especially for PAPARA Supermassive, who's making their debut for today. So they're basically starting from scratch. So I'm wondering how much points can they accumulate within the span of 3 days. If they can at least secure like 60 over points, that is just more than impressive to me, because that can actually match up to those who have played 3 matches through phase 1.
Yep, so phase 1 is obviously done. So we're going to focus on to phase 2. And perhaps some of the interesting points that we might want to put attention to are teams like ETSH or Nuclear Zone. Are they able to really make that bounce back today, right? Considering that they are at number 17 and number 16 respectively, and what they have learned from last week after getting used to the lobby. They obviously had a good amount of time between last week and also today to kind of look back on what kind of strategies can they bring today to try to catch up on the points and maybe put themselves at least in page 1 by the end of today.
Yeah, I definitely think that within one span of a week, a lot of things can actually change where teams can just readjust their strategy and maybe change the way that they actually play things out, where maybe back in week 1 certain teams are playing passively because they want those placement points. Now they realize, oh, we gotta also start fragging as well. Then maybe we might even see, you know, Nuclear Zone to still go all out on those fights. As much as we say Nuclear Zone has been, you know, having troubles closing matches or even situations where they were trying to win those fights, it always comes down to a nail biter. So who knows, maybe they might be able to find some really good games. So that's what I'm really hoping for. But I think more importantly, those who are racing for that top 1 position, I think it's going to be a very, very close week for them to do that.
Yeah, looking at how the lobby ended in phase number 1, I believe so as well. I believe that we will go down to the final game of phase number 2 to determine who's going to be the champion. The first champion of the Ruthless Regional Showdown, that is. Now, this will be the map sequence here today, ladies and gentlemen. If you have joined us last week, it's going to be the same, but if for whatever reason you have just joined us here for the first time, we will start off with Rondo. And in Rondo, it is the Rondo kind of map where you have the recall tower, so you have the opportunity, or the teams have the opportunity to bring in as many elimination points as possible, followed by 2 ERANGELs, the OG map. Everybody knows this map by the back of their hand. And then we'll end the day with 2 Miramar. So a total of 5 maps will be played not only today, but also tomorrow and the day after. And by then, we will determine who will be the ultimate champion of the first season of Ruthless Regional Showdown for the MENA region.
That's right. And of course, the current top Rondo performers are as follows. We got Goat with some really high average ranking points. They always appear at least in the top 4. So that definitely is going to be a very safe pick for people to actually vote for this team. Meanwhile, Twisted Minds VP as well as ARCred has also been able to really keep up to the momentum as well with some very high frag volumes. So these are definitely the hot favorites out there, but GOAT team so far have surpassed all form of expectations.
Yeah, absolutely, right? I mean, just look at the numbers there. They're way ahead of everyone else. Like average rank points 6, and the next closest one is like Twisted Minds like 4, so that's a huge gap. Average eliminations even, like they are in the double-digit mark, but Twisted Minds, Virtus Pro, ARCred, they're all in the single digit, so they are way ahead of everyone else in terms of the numbers. I mean, that's why they are at the number 1 team at this moment. But that doesn't mean that they cannot be caught by other teams as well. Like what we mentioned, there was a 1-week gap between phase 1 and now coming into phase 2. Things might just change today.
And overall, I'm definitely thinking that maybe it's going to be that change of wind where other teams have been able to also read the other movements of those squads that have been performing well and say, you know what, maybe we can copy some of their playbook. And, you know, there was also that kind of running trend as well where Twisted Minds, Team Falcons, they've been battling every single time they go into any form of a map. And I think like on phase 1's final day, you can start to see Team Falcons are also trading back well. So I think we have not really kept all too much of the score, but we've definitely seen Twisted Minds come up ahead many a times. But is this going to continuously happen? That is going to be the big question here. So with that being said, I guess it's time for us to predict. So I'm going to leave, of course, the golden option for you guys out there to pick up if you guys want, because I'm going for Virtus Pro.
Oh, okay. Virtus Pro for Contra. All right. I'm going to pick the new kids on the block. Come to Papa. PAPARA Supermassive. Let's go.
Well, that's an interesting way to put it. And, I know about this organization for quite some time, even back in the days where they've had, teams in League of Legends. Well, I'm not too sure if I'm supposed to even mention it. But overall, I mean, this organization has been around for a very long time. So I'm definitely keen to see what they could actually bring to the table. And of course, production says, hey, I want to catch up on some points. Give me the gold.
Well, I mean, that's what else can I say about Gold Team, right? All the stats favor them. They're the #1 team now. I mean, it's a straight up solid pick by production. But I can totally understand that. I mean, production has yet to get their prediction right, so they want to get a good start here on phase number 2. When at least both of us, we already had one, right? So the pressure's off right now, Contra.
Yeah, it's going to be, a race between you and I right now. And I remember the points that we got is because we both voted for Virtus Pro. And maybe this is still going to be that lucky charm team for me. So, of course, once again, we let you guys have a look at the match schedule for this evening, where we're going to be moving into Rondo and then followed by 2 maps of ERANGEL and ending the night with double Miramar.
Oh yeah, so this will be the map sequence again for all of you. But of course, the time at the site is just for a reference. We are going to go through a rolling schedule, so if any round happens to end earlier, and that means that we can start the next match earlier as well. So it's just for a reference. And of course, the time zone is also as a reference, depending on where you guys are watching this. Maybe you guys are watching this in South Asia or Southeast Asia. Just tune your expectation to your respective time zone. At where we're at, Contra, it's kind of late
almost
at night.
It's almost midnight, like past this game, it's already midnight. So yeah, we're gonna have a long night ahead, but of course it's gonna be a really good time. Hope you guys are already subscribed to the channel. If you guys haven't already, what are you guys waiting for? Just click that button already. So that being said though, tell us who you guys think will take the entire phase 2 W. So that being said, of course we focus one match at a time. So Sir Cloud, we talked about all these teams out there. PAPARA Supermassive. I really do wonder what exactly is the mindset coming into this equation where everybody has already got a feel of action already, and these guys, they come in with a blank slate, and maybe they've been watching as well. Who knows? But I'm ready to be surprised.
Right. Obviously, this is the time where I'm going to back them up, right? Because they're my prediction, right? So to me, how I see it is that, like what you said, right? They get to see what other teams do based on last week. They have like 3 days worth of data for them to just sit down and have a look and decide on how they're going to play the game to overcome other teams. But here's the interesting part. They get to see other teams, but other teams have yet to be able to see them in this lobby. So that's where the surprise will come from.
True enough. I mean, if they are going to be playing in the PMGC, I'm very sure that they're ready to take on everyone. So without further ado, let's dive right into the first match of the evening as we move into Rondo.
Yep, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the restart of phase number 2. Now, this is also a good moment for us to recap on some of the top players, right? Like Aaron, Twigs up here, most knockouts, Scarface, Aaron, both players from Oof Esports dominating. But when it comes to headshots, we have Bad Boy, we have Hard Boy as well up here. So some of the names may be repeated, but that just shows the level of consistency that they have. But for a team like Oof, it's not only individual performance that they need a team performance as well to be the #1.
Yeah, and out of all these many stats, one that I'm always intrigued about is that is there going to be a stat for the most revives? The kind of support players do need a little bit of love as well. Meanwhile, of course, sometimes you do see 2 flight paths in Rondo, but this time we're sticking to one and it's skewered all the way towards the southern end. We're already seeing a very interesting spread of teams across Land Po. Meanwhile, We're already having a little bit of action as Nuclear Zone is going to get themselves into a little bit of trouble up against GOAT Team.
Oh, I already see a first blood. And the circle is on the opposite side, center around stadium. But on screen, we're going to look at the GOAT Team right now, the team that production picked. And let's see if they can actually win the spikes. Virtus Pro in the fight as well against Kara elsewhere. So we expect multiple fights to happen. Twix moves in and Twix will get that knockdown, get that elimination right off the bat.
Oh, just swift moves coming from Twix. Still one of the sharper shooters out there on the field. Within the top 5, so to speak, for the moment. And we're going to see whether if he's going to be able to land another pivotal blow. Yes, he does. Just by the very edge of it. And just like that, Supermassive, they join into the fray. And they also got themselves a little bit of trouble. So not the best start possible for PAPARA Supermassive.
Okay, but we have to remember that as long as they have players still alive, this is Rondo, so they can still recall each other. But if Krona goes out here, that's it for Nuclear Zone. And unfortunately, he did. R8 was the team to eliminate them. And I guess we'll need to wait to the next round before we see Nuclear Zone again.
Yeah, and it is rather tough for the moment. I do see that the members of GOAT are actually camping out on the recall tower. So if PAPARA's going to be taking another different angle, then I'm not too sure if they're going to be able to get that full revive through. But Murphy draws an exchange, but not quick enough to take Joyagi down.
Well, I noticed that the other players of Papa have been recalled back. So now it's a matter of Murphy to come back in. But Kamikaze, he's going to go for it. Kamikaze! Surprise! From the side, they totally didn't expect him to still be here.
Wow, what an impressive lurk. And he found those beautiful angles. And this 1 versus 2 is absolutely possible for Kamikaze. And he does that with, what, a barrel in hand? Or, well, it could just be an AK. I mean, there we go. Another exchange, but this time it's going to be Kraken that takes him down.
That was a little bit unfortunate, but I believe that he still has the opportunity to be recalled back by his teammates. And maybe that's why he took the risk of moving in to secure at least those elimination points, which is fine. Because you can still be brought back onto the battleground as long as your teammates are still in the game. Now, another fight's happening elsewhere on our overall charts. Falcons here is in the fight against another team, but on screen we have GS against GEEKAY.
This one's going to take a while. It'll be a very difficult push up against GS as the nades are being sent right down below. D3S have already got his armor being shredded up. So it is going to be a long, drawn-out exchange between the two. We do have members of GS planted on the other corner of Jadena City. And we'll see whether if Jafar can also get a little bit more involved. He's going to be camping out on that recall tower as well. Meanwhile, there's that. He finds an angle. He takes one down super swiftly.
Well, his other target is on the other side though. GEKAY Esports now locked in 2 elimination points, looking for more with Jafar now down to 40% of health. It looks like he's going for it. Okay, let's see what the outcome might be. While all this is happening, ARCred is in the fight with Team Falcons. And Falcons now down to 2 players. While Diana, not too sure what happened there, but he actually mauled Malloy, his own teammate.
I think he's trying to deny points or something. I'm not quite sure what really went down. It was a 3-way battle between ARCred, Falcons, as well as another squad, which is Virtus Pro. So this is just super rowdy. Oh, they're battling for the vehicle. No wonder it was like a list of names coming out. And all this action usually happens here in the Ox Factory.
Oh, okay. So here we have it on screen. Bounty elimination feed, GS and GEEKAY. They continue to fight each other with Nurzet eliminated. Okay, that's interesting. Anyway, the fight for New Ox Factory right now will continue on. While ARCred, they do have a full team, but inside of New Ox Factory, they only have 2 players here. But at least they have an idea of where the players of Falcons are at. And they created a smoke bridge. And looks like they're going to infiltrate through. So the last 2 players of Falcons, they need to be ready. We have a Ralph here together with his teammate Redox that will need to fight to the end.
It's going to be a very difficult fight, though. Meanwhile, ARCred, they're also looking for a push up against these members of Falcons. Oh, greeted with a shot towards Hardboy. And quickly, as he repositions onto the main room, Redox now tries to hold a deeper angle for the meantime, but Redox, he's just going to be buying some time as well as space. Perhaps those recall could still fall true. We'll see how long can he hold out.
Oh, an exchange of nades, but none of them connected. But at least ARCred and Rauf, he has an idea where they're at. Now both of these players trying to find an angle. Oh, Ramses! Oh no, he naded himself. Not at this moment.
Oh, this is just so rough. And here comes a push. That boy now looking for some haul. It's going to be a hard boy. It does find Redox. And now all alone with not much coverage from his teammates. Maybe he might just be able to find at least a pickup, but not quite enough. He got absolutely boxed in, and that is the rest of Team Falcons down and out.
Well, ARCred, they have to reset quickly because here comes Regnum Karya Esports. They saw the elimination feed, they heard the commotion, they know it's done. So they have to make it quick if they don't want to allow the players of ARCred to be able to reset themselves. And Z-Wolf is going to take the top approach in. But now because they know their timing is kind of off, it took them a while to reach New York's factory. So by now they would have expected that ARCred would have reset it, and that's why they're taking the slow approach now.
True enough, and they've been holding on to the outskirts as well. So ARCred, even if they really want to lift this facility, eventually they'll be spotted by the rest of the members of Regnum Karya Esports. So a tough decision to be made by the members of ARCred for the moment, but at least they still have all 4 members intact to actually fend them off. As we do get a little bit of update on the zone, we still have teams who are taking a very slow approach. GEEKAY coming in from the far eastern corner of the map. Meanwhile, all the way down south, we got R8 as well as Virtus Pro. We'll see whether they can find a clear passage. Meanwhile, BOARS, Ulf, as well as Kara, they're directly in the center, just by the corners of Bamboo. So these spaces across those hillsides is super powerful for them to hold out till the late game.
Yeah, it's definitely a good spot, right? But let's see if they can continue to hold that one. But we're back onto New York's factory. ARCred versus Regnum Karya Esports with Wild here. 1v1 against Hardboy, but beautiful name by Hardboy. Onto Wild and Regnum Karya Esports. I believe they're down to only one player left. Okay, we need to check that one later. Okay, 3 other players are still around, so they can still recall each other. But we'll check back on them later because right now the team that's dominating is GOAT Team.
Yeah, GOAT Team right now ties it alongside with ARCred, both 5 points each. As the GOATs, they're going to be traversing across the field after settling down with all the businesses that they've been able to acquire. Of course, that earns them 5 points for now. Z-Wolf, though, he's going to find some cheeky angles to play off from, but back to the side of Eidos. He's been able to pin one member down for the side of Supermassive. Couldn't find the rest of them. And even if they do go in for recalls, very likely than not, they will not try to fight up against Twisted Minds because this is such an open space that Twisted Minds can absolutely punish any teams that cross by.
Yeah, and that other team happened to be from Supermassive, PAPARA, Supermassive, and Kamikaze went out. So that's going to be another point for them. So I believe that Kamikaze, he has been recalled. So even if PAPARA, Supermassive, they found another recall tower, they're not able to bring him back. So they are most likely down to only 2 players till the very end of this round.
And it's going to be rather tough. And right now, they've only got themselves 1 point. And of course, once again, you guys have just joined into the stream and wondered, oh, where exactly is APG? Well, APG is going to be absent for today. Sorry to break the news to you guys who are massive fans of APG. But hey, we still got plenty of battles to take place between some of all the finest teams across Europe as well as MENA. we'll have to see. Kara Esports, I think they are definitely some great prospects for Kara finishes for the pass phase, but right now, will they have enough benefits? Seems like this could actually be a very good game for the side of Kara, provided if they can hold on to this compound. There is a hillside that teams can play off from the north, but there's just no clear entry for the rest of them. So all these teams are expecting a lot more of the crowd coming from the south. So GS, if they were to think about looping up towards the north, they can do so since they are still spending time in the blue.
Yeah, there's still a bit of a space way up north, but the risk here is that there's a river in between. So if the circle happen to hardship down south, then, well, I guess they'll leave that for later to figure out how they're going to cut across. Because right now the focus is just to get to the circle. Now GEEKAY from afar, they see another target in front of them. It happened to be the player of ETSH as they focus into getting into the circle. One player is already in. The other player should follow up. And if they're able to get a nice spot in the circle, they can play the gatekeeping role against GEEKAY.
True enough, and they're just going to wait for the right timing to do just that, perhaps. The rest of GS, they're driving very, very closely. This is dangerous for the rest of GEEKAY. They got spotted out already by Icon, but not an ideal position for them to actually trade back as well. So might just be looking for other opportunities. Speaking of opportunities, ETSH tries to rock around the corner and have been spotted out by Ragnarok already. This is just going to be a swift exchange. I say exchange as we also do have a third party shooting back at him.
We have at least 3-4 teams here, including Oof as well around the corner. But now Icon, the moment he shows up, he gets taken out by Ramses. And GS Esports, they might lose another player as well. SO is currently down. Looks like this fight is starting to be really bloody, especially with the fact that the blue is on top of them. So this fight has to end quickly. And ARCred, they definitely want to do so. But unfortunately, another one of their player currently down, Ali, calling up for help.
D3S is absolutely on the roll right now. Jafar just by the edge. Oh, he gets shut down completely by Ramses. What a pop-off performance coming from that member of ARCred, and he's going to be able to also surpass BADBULLS' record right at this moment. Well, in this match itself, not the total MVP for her most part. But who knows? There might just be a case in point to be proven right here, where we have pushes coming in from the side of BADBULL.
Oh, and they're all now in the blue. It's not good news. Okay, both players exchanging nades in the nade by Ramses. Landed nicely. And that's going to be one down. And from afar, BADBULLS hits his target. Now it's time for him to get in. We're talking about moving to stage 4 in about 5 more seconds. They cannot spend any more time in the blue.
This is going to be a pretty hard space for them to actually fight things out. As you can see that everyone's trying to take claim on top of the hill, and it's GEEKAY that has got that 2-2 split going on, making other teams suffer by arriving a little bit later through the scene. Pubg Esports have been able to do another massive pull as they do secure yet another 5-pointer. Meanwhile, Virtus Pro goes out in an early exit with only 3 points this time.
Speaking about an exit, GS had to exit as well, unfortunately, out at number 14. Now, more teams starting to move in, and we have ETSH here with Baby. The moment he shows up, he goes down immediately. But the next team to be eliminated while all that was happening is ARCred. And ARCred is out. Number 13, no place on point.
KusaX is just obliterating so many of all these players out there. GEEKAY doing exactly the same with Nurzet, just slowly pinning them out. Kara still playing very defensively. They know they got a really good spot, and they're happy to oblige to see all these teams to be shoved over onto the hillside. GEEKAY lands another blow, this time up against KusaX, the one that have been able to keep the rest of ETSH alive for most part. And it's going to be in a little bit of a pickle right now for ETSH to going for the revive. But GEEKAY, they're still holding firm, but here comes the rest of Regnum Karya.
Oh, Regnum Karya is going to be the next team to try to stop GEEKAY from moving any further forward. And GEEKAY right now, they're on the roll. 5 eliminations, currently dominating, but Nurzet, since his nade across, it does connect on the wall, but not enough to knock him down. Now the rest of Regnum Karya, they're trying to get as much information as possible, but the vehicles are blocking their view. That's not really helping them. But nevertheless, they're still able to block a GEEKAY from moving further forward in. GEEKAY, they have one player on the outside, or make that two, Kevin and SAPG right in front of Silas. But here comes ETSH as well joining the party.
Yeah, he's just rocking towards the side of GEEKAY, and Nurzet is happy to take him on. It's gonna wrap the other way around. Solis finding one member inside of Twisted Minds as the rest of Esports. Drops are in with a swing. Aaron looking to actually close up this fight up against Aox, and that is just gonna be a swift maneuver for him to just secure the knock for now. 10 points, make it 11 for Esports. I think we're slipping on the votes, man. Like, this guys, they're once again thriving in every single battle that they go into.
Well, Productions not agreeing to that because Code, they are still in the game with a full team. And speaking about them, Joyagi just went down. Okay, but he's not out of the game yet, so he could be saved. Looking at the elimination fee, and he's still alright. But unfortunately, can't say the same for ETSH. ETSH is now out, leaving us with 9 more teams.
And it's just so difficult to really play around the area. GEEKAY have lasted long enough for the hillside. They are forced to give way to the rest of Rectum Karya. And Marsu is just hiding by this one for the time being. Can they actually try exchange? Meanwhile, the BOARS gets bombarded with all these members crashing around the corner, and they will find those eliminations up against the rest of GOAT. And the top 3 teams are already taken out. Ulf moves from that 4th position into the top 3 right now.
Well, Ulf, they're bringing in the points this time. And Scarface just took out Marcel from Kara. So there could be potentially another point for Ulf. They're not able to secure it just yet. And now Ulf, we have them on screen. They're on the southern side. They're moving in right now to the injured Kara player. And anytime soon, they should be able to pick up that extra point. But before that, they spot another player from Kara, knocking him down. And they're looking over at the other end where the smoke is being popped. And that's going to be Poser within the smoke. Ulf is going to come in. 13 eliminations for now, looking to make it 14.
It's just crazy looking at all these players' work rate, especially for the side of Ulf Esports right now, getting so active, hunting out players after players. And this is from a late wrap, where majority of all these teams have wrapped in very late, gets taken out. Meanwhile, Rectum Karya goes fishing, takes out final member remaining from the side of GEEKAY. Well, there is going to be an exchange back towards the side of Catch. As Ulf Esports looks to retreat to find a little bit more cover, while R8, they got themselves some massive firepower with the MG tree in hand as well.
Oh, now Aaron is he spring behind the tree, but not able to get a good clear shot. Looking to secure the 15th elimination for Ulf. And Spider-Man's on the other side. Mori's going to pin him down. And here comes the Molly, and Spider-Man cooked down to pieces. Eliminated immediately right after.
Perfect usage of utils in the right moment for R8. Now they battle for maximum points. BOARS, they've been a little bit silent, taking that lower end of the field. But they do have such a defensive hole on that space, though. Ulf Esports got to make that hard choice to be stuck in between multiple teams at this moment. But this might actually work towards their favor because they spot out the rest of Rectum Karya.
Yeah, this circle is so tricky if you kind of think about it. The majority of teams on the southern side, there's only one team on the other side of this kind of like a river. I wonder which team is that? I gotta get a good clear view. But anyway, that team has the advantage of just staying away from fights. Now, speaking about fights, Scarface just took a while. And now Rectum Karya Esports. They still have 3 players though. We're gonna see this 1v1 between Lewis and Silas. And this nade by Silas. Lots of damage onto Lewis. Lewis down 10% of health. Not really healing up yet. If it doesn't heal up in time, he will be eliminated. And there goes Lewis, the final player, eliminated by Zero.
Yeah, he thought that there was that open ditch for him to take cover from, but he lands the second grenade. Beautiful work coming out of those players out there, but Ulf is still racking some points, this time up against the rest of BOARS as they bombard the entire sector. And with that nade coming from Scarface, they will take out the BOARS.
And top 3 it is, ladies and gentlemen, with Rectum Karya Esports, only team with the full squad right now. But Ulf, they're on fire. We're talking about 18 eliminations already. They can still remain on the lower ground because they had the circle. They can hold this one. But let's see where will stage 6 takes us. Slightly goes up north, so both of these teams, they need to move. Ooh, R8 is the team on the other side. So R8, they might need to cross over at some point.
Yeah, they got ample of time to do so right now because Ulf as well as Regnum Karya, they're locked within each other's territory and they're unwilling to go in too far of a push. So if there's any time for R8 to do so, it's right now. I thought that the MADBULLS would be able to outlast some of all these teams because they were one of the teams that were playing on the northern section. But R8, they got some massive pickup of artillery, and now they're going to reap those rewards. We're already seeing C07 making his way around alongside with Amura, who's already there. So now it is R8 with the high ground advantage.
Yeah, R8 at this moment is just going to stay away from unnecessary fights since they only have 2 players. They'll allow Ulf and Regnum Karya Esports to try to cancel out each other before they come in later. So Mori is just doing the scouting work, getting an idea of where the players are at. Regnum Karya Esports, they seem to be giving a little bit more attention to Ulf, but they are not forgetting about R8 as well. So I guess it's a matter of who will make the first move, especially when it comes to stage 7, because we don't know how hard the circle will bounce by then.
We'll have to really see who does it really benefit. R8, at least they will be able to have a say because they've already planted CO7 directly in the center. Amuri now spots one member swinging by. Oh, Silas is going to look to close right in as he is having that grenade being prepped up. Amuri has to bring back the guns back in the fight. The UMP is going to look for that shot, and it does connect. Regnum Karya pinning one member down. That means R8 is only left with one solo unit.
Yep. And that's going to be Mr. ZD7. And he's being shot at from behind though. And unfortunately, he did not survive that one. Now it leaves us with only 2 teams left. Regnum Karya Esports and Nov Esports for the first chicken dinner today.
This is going to be absolutely epic. So far, Catch now finds the angle. Takes, wow, very low, not quite enough. And Loxy tries to trade right back. Is going to take a little bit more cover because the rest evolved. They're already looking for pounds. The grenades.
Oh!
In and the knock connects.
Oh, they found that one. Beautifully executed. Evening up the playing field now between themselves. And wow, went down to Catch. But he countered back with a nade onto Aaron. Now it's a 2v2 at this moment. The 2 players are both now. Scarface moving in. But Regnum Karya Esports, the 2 players that they have, Z-Wolf and another player, they're quite spread out. So it's going to be pretty difficult for Ulf to really pin them down. Z-Wolf from the side gets Catch. And now it's only 1 player left. It's going to be Scarface against the world. Scarface showing up right in front of Z-Wolf. And now Scarface goes down to the lower ground, giving this geographical advantage to Z-Wolf. But Scarface not leaving his vehicle till now. He's forced to jump out, goes in for a 1v1. And it is Z-Wolf with the final shot. Regnum Karya Esports brings back the chicken dinner in game 1.
What an explosive performance coming in from our final 2 teams, and it is Regnum Karya Esports with a split formation to the tail end. We're wondering, can this work out? And that paid off dividendly for Regnum Karya Esports to secure yet another chicken dinner in the bag.
Oh yeah, Regnum Karya Esports starting it nice and hot here. Denying away Ulf's chicken dinner, but Ulf, they brought in a lot of eliminations. I believe it definitely is going to be the most. But we're not going to take away the spotlight from Regnum Karya Esports, of course. They scored 13 eliminations in round number 1, so that's 23 points collected. But with the amount of eliminations that the second place team got, I believe they would have collected more points than Regnum Karya Esports themselves.
Yeah, most likely than not, they will still be able to surpass those kind of numbers because they've got like what? Kind of like a surplus of an added chicken dinner on top of all these other kills that they've gotten so far. So I would say that it is a very tight race still, but Regnum Karya's performance was also absolutely beautiful on their execution. They saw many of all these teams taking flights upon the hill, and they sneakily take over those positions once some of the fights subside, and then they were just having the optimal space to really work with against Oof, who eventually looked towards playing towards those members of BOARS, which they did manage to shut down, but that came at a cost at the very tail end of the run.
Yep, but nevertheless, it's still a good haul when it comes to points, right? But speaking about the points, just to give us a bit of clue that Oof actually scored more points is because when it comes to team to watch, they're in front of Ruthless Regional Esports, so that's a bit of an indicator there. But other than that, we have R8 as well up here, and we have GEEKAY Esports here as part of our top 4 too. Now, out of all these teams, R8, they only use 3 throwables throughout the entire game, but they managed to be up here as the third top finisher. So it just shows R8 this time the strategy of playing it safe, it worked out for them.
Yeah, I mean, overall, R8 also did play quite aggressively towards like phase 5 onwards to be able to secure themselves a spot all the way up north by taking out all these teams out there. But when we compare numbers, take a look at Oof. 3,405 damage, and that is like what? If players don't come with armor, that's like 34 takedowns in this match alone. But of course, usually it's like 200 what we're looking at. So I would say, Oof, they're onto something today.
Wow, the man of the match is onto something. It is Z-Wolf. 7 eliminations, 797 damage, and who needs utilities to be the MVP, right? All you need is gun skill. All you need is the finishing moves, and all you need is good looks.
You could definitely say that. I mean, overall, he's been really hitting the mark from every corner that they play off from, and Ruthless Regional have displayed tremendous teamwork throughout the battlegrounds. Meanwhile, you could also say the same about Oof members out there, where they do have 2 of the members in the top performance list. Meanwhile, Amuro also chimes in, having 5 eliminations to also bring R8 to the top 3.
Yep, of course, we definitely have to have more than one player representing Oof, right, to be up here, considering the amount of eliminations that they brought in the first game. Now, zooming in onto the numbers. So, Oof, second place, so that's 6th place on points with 18 eliminations, 24 total points collected by them. Ruthless Regional Esports, the team that scored the chicken dinner, 23 points. And then we have R8 Esports with also a healthy number of eliminations, 11 to be exact. So that's 16 points for them. That's the double-digit club. Unfortunately for GEN.G and Nuclear Zone, we didn't get to see much of them in action. So no points for them this time.
Yeah, it's rather rough to kickstart this run, where we have so many teams struggling to find space in that northern territory. So you kind of can't treat this Rondo map like if you were to flip it. North side is kind of like Miramar-ish. Over the south side, it feels a little bit more Erangel. And then when it comes down to the zone, like these teams, they gotta rush because this is a massive map. And you saw even a team like VP crashed out rather early. We got the total of 88 elimination this time around. Of course, these numbers are a little bit more inflated because it's Rondo as compared to the rest of the maps. R8 did manage to get one of the airdrops, and that absolutely supplemented on their firepower rate this time around. We've seen major shift because the top 3 teams, they got taken off the list initially, and Oof managed to overtake ARCred in this round. So, and now there is a massive gap from 3rd to 4th.
But no one has yet to overtake a GOAT yet. They still maintain the pace. They're still at number 1, 156 points. For Virtus.pro, they're 10 points behind GOAT as of now. But like what you said, right, Oof is now chasing up. And we're only done with round 1, so we have at least 4 more games to go today. Now flipping on to page number 2. So to be fair to the fans or to PAPARA Supermassive, it is their first game. They didn't play last week, so naturally they start to collect points only here today. And I guess round 1 to them, it's more of like an introductory round for them to get to feel the lobby. So only 1 point collected inside of the Rondo match. But the next round, after having a good feel, maybe it's a comeback round for PAPARA Supermassive. But That's it, ladies and gentlemen, for the Rondo match. After this, ladies and gentlemen, it will be the ERANGEL match. But before we head on to that, we're going to take a short breather, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this break.
Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Go.
Welcome back to the Ruthless Regional Showdown, ladies and gentlemen. And we were just done with the Rondo match. Next, we're gonna head on to the OG map of ERANGEL. My name is Sir Cloud. Together with my buddy here, Contra, will be your storytellers for today. And a Rectum Karya Esports just came off a chicken dinner. That means, well, we didn't get our prediction right.
Yeah, I mean, it is very tough when you have 18 teams battling all out to secure that #1 spot. And of course, that being said, though, Rectum Karya, that was absolutely impressive where they managed to stop the streaking team of Esports, who's been able to secure so many frags in the past round. So in match 2, I want to see another major brawl. And I don't know if we're ever going to get right, Sir Cloud, but I know these two teams that we've just mentioned, they're definitely looking to secure another chicken dinner.
Well, out of the, 16 games that we have been playing since last week, we only got 1 correct. So that just shows how difficult this lobby is for us to kind of predict and who is going to get the chicken dinner. But that is all. That's where the fun is, right? Like, it's hard to tell. Teams are very competitive. Teams are putting up a good show. So yeah, it could be anyone's game next. But at least here are some of the numbers to give us a bit of a clue on who might perform next. Could it be GOAT? Could it be Wolf? Could it be MADBULLS? Or could it be Virtus Pro? Or maybe another team that is not in that list, because that was the case earlier when Rectum Karya Esports scored the chicken dinner. Who do you have in mind?
Well, looking at such an impressive work rate coming in from Esports, I gotta vote for them. I mean, they're looking so strong today. I mean, most of the members have been able to reach the top 4 without, taking too much of a damage. So I think like this time, moving into ERANGEL, it's gonna be a breeze with not too much of that commotion.
Okay.
Esports.
ULF. Okay. Well, I wanna have a taste of the top dogs, right? Let's bring on the goats. Goats, it is. My turn.
Okay, Pront, wasting us no time. I really wanted to vote for VP, actually. As you can see that they have the best survival time, the best ranking points in the formal position. But hey, I've already voted for Virtus Pro. Maybe I'll leave it for a little bit later. We'll see. But hey, solid picks all around. I think like we've definitely got the favorites up here. Virtus Pro last round only acquired 3 elimination points before they drop out, because last we saw in Rondo, they took a very, very late rotation. But Virtus Pro in ERANGEL is a different monster.
Yeah, and I'm sure ERANGEL teams will play it differently, right? Maybe they might play slightly more safer, naturally, because you don't have the recall feature, so you don't want to take those kind of early risks. But seeing the pattern from last week, we can expect a few early fights here and there. But in general, once those early fights are done, maybe teams just want to fight for territory, especially inside, Pubg especially. Team Falcons and Twisted Minds, for the most part, they've been chasing each other. Whether they will still chase each other or not in this ERANGEL, we'll find out now.
We shall see some epic brawls once again when they do go for those hot drops. It's not only Pubg that we do see the action taking place between Twisted Minds as well as Team Falcons. I do believe that areas like Pier also sees early action with the presence of what I do believe was R8 as well as another squad. So we'll have to wait and see how that one plays out. This is going to be a flight path that's going to be pretty neutral. It is definitely viable for teams to also stretch all the way towards the island side of Sonaska or even reach the corners of Severny. So we'll have to see what's going to be the call here. Is there going to be any major changes between these teams? As Kara, GS, they're already off the plane to head towards areas like Farm as well as Milta. But of course, all eyes onto Pubg, as we'll see the rest of Twisted Minds moving in once more.
Well, my eyes will be on to Pubg for sure. Twisted Mind's going there. Falcon's going there as well. Okay, so that's a confirmation that we will see the Pachinki fight. Now, whether Gen.G will join them or not, because Gen.G happen to be heading towards that direction. We need to keep an eye on that, but it looks like nope. Gen.G is going to go all the way down south. On the elimination field, we have PAPARA, Supermassive here in an early fight against Virtus Pro as well.
Very interesting, as we do see PAPARA did manage to secure themselves that UAZ. Meanwhile, Team Falcons managing to pick up an M249. This might actually swing the tides in their favor. So that being said, though, Freak being took down low. No meds, no helmets. As this is going to be a very difficult fight for Freak, but he's already got a charge coming through. So we'll see. Twisted Mind members, they are all stacked up. And it's the same game plan for the side of Twisted Minds. This is to ensure that they don't get pushed so easily. So that's it. We do see a G36C pick up as well. Wash now gets a toss of a Defilit. Not much to be worried about for now. Oh, he's actually tossing some supplies over on to his teammate so that he can fight for a little longer.
Okay, just to put out the record, right? So Twisted Minds, they have a better record against Team Falcons. So let's see if Team Falcons, they can actually get this revenge arc against Twisted Minds. So far, they are still a full team. So as long as they are a full team, anything can happen. But if we were to look at one of the players of Team Falcons, he's not really healing up. So that means they're quite low on healing utilities. The same goes for Twisted Minds as well. I mean, both teams not really well stocked yet.
Yeah, we can definitely see that Falcons, they're going on a 2-2 split formation. And that's going to be a little bit of a fake out of utils being tossed towards the corner. So Falcons, at least for the past two meetups in Miramar, they did manage to win the exchanges. Or should I say, it was 1 win, 1 loss here in Pachinki. And then in El Pozo, it was also a 1 win, 1 loss on day 3 of phase 1. That's as far as I can recall. It seems like one member of Gen.G disconnected, which is why we see one player is drowning in the water. Unfortunate stuff for Gen.G. I really do wonder if they could actually recover from this. Meanwhile, it's a standstill. This is the longest that they've gone without even knocking onto each other just yet.
Yeah, just because like the circle is here, right? So I'm not too sure what happened. But I'm not too sure what happened to the player of Gen.G as well. Okay, but looks like the fight will start here with one player for Twisted Mind down. Make that 2. Even Brute down as well. Looks like a Team Falcons. They're making it happen this time.
Narvalo with the Vector as well as the AKE. Find all this deep angle up against the rest of Twisted Minds. And now they know every member all bunched up all together. They have to get the revive. True Freak already taken out. Liz, a 1v3 imminent. Is it going to be a clutch moment though? Narvalo, he gets knocked down by Wash.
One more to go. One more to go. Wash, can he pull off a big clutch here? But he takes a lot of damage. He's down to only his micro Uzi. Going up against the shotgun. Not the best of weapons. And there you go. Twisted Minds eliminated. Team Falcons. They win the Pachinki fight.
Wow. 4 points with 2 casualties. This was really, really close. Narvalo, he had to really go in for the reload because he's on those SMGs, right? From the micro Uzi to the Vector. And those bullets just run so quickly. But hey, that was a really, really good fight. It really got us by the edge of the seat. Now, what's interesting about this first zone is that it is a split between the mainland as well as the island. GS is going to take that gamble. I mean, they've always dropped into military base, not only to loot up, but now they might actually stand a chance. And you can see that the vast majority thinks that, hey, this could still very well be in the direct areas of the mainland. So they don't really want to further commit into the island just yet. I would still say it's a pretty wise choice until they're forced to do so. Then I guess the rest of GS, they might actually fancy that opportunity to look for gatekeeps and stuff like that. PAPARA Supermassive, they do have Kamikaze last round securing some a little bit of a good damage to be dealt, and I believe there was also one elimination point. Kamikaze yet again finds first blood for the side of PAPARA Supermassive.
Yeah, the first elimination of PAPARA Supermassive is through Virtus Pro. That was at the very beginning. So now Virtus Pro, they are down to only 3 players. Whereas for PAPARA Supermassive, looks like they will be okay in the middle of the circle, but on the Potato Hill area, we have Oops Esports now. They're trying to chase away the BOARS, and BOARS, Solus caught at the tree. He was overly focused onto the aim that he forgot his drive.
Yeah, it's just rather tough. I mean, when you see teams swinging around these areas, and BOARS, they got this impressive setup. So does Wolf Esports. They did manage to pick one off from the side of GEEKAY.
Well, the fight's not over yet, though. Solus is now calling up for help, but I believe he should be out. Yep, there you go. Snowwix will confirm that elimination, and that's going to be the first point for BOARS at this time in this round. But unfortunately, after all that, they lost 1 player, so they'll be playing the rest of the round with 3.
3 is still pretty much manageable. If it's down to 2 members, it is going to be so tough with 18 teams here to really fight out where we're only at stage 1. And we're already seeing teams camping each other by the Potato Hills. Meanwhile, Kamikaze, he doesn't really have too much of that space to work with. Poser spots the vehicle. He's got a DP in hand as well to go down for a spray. And now this is just vital information. He tracked the entire team of PAPARA Supermassive. The big question is whether if they do want to do something about this, because Kara Esports, they got angles to work with.
Kamikaze! Managed to get away just in time. Oh, wait a second. I think I spoke too soon. Oh, last take of hell. Poser tries to find an angle. The tree is not really helping him out. And somehow Kamikaze survives.
Well, by the skin of his teeth as well at that. Grenade down, launched right in, and the rest of MADBULLS already striking from the far swing. MADBULLS did manage to get 1 member cleared off from the side of PAPARA Supermassive. And Murphy's really low right now. I think it's going to be rather difficult to actually crack this case open as the rest of MADBULLS are already on the pounce. Great setups coming in from the side of Lemon, trying to have just about enough space for the push. Speaking of a push here, Pusher's the one holding back.
Oh, but Pusher now pushing back, finishing off catch. That's going to be elimination number 3 for the team. Now, MADBULLS, they are surrounded by 2 different teams, including Kara on the other side. Murphy is still in the game though, but he's not really moving. Is he in the circle? Not really as well, and he does have a buggy behind him that he can use to kind of escape. But Murphy is not really making the big move, so I guess he's just being very cautious. Now, in the Lighthouse area, we have GEN.G now in the fight against GS. We just came from the military base island, and they had to win this fight against GEN.G with 2 players left for GEN.G.
Yeah, they did manage to pin out a few of these members coming from side of GS, but they do have those hovercraft, and it's driving around the corner. Shells of the DBS being shot right through, and the final tap not quite connecting. GS did manage to trade back. Here comes SO on the push. GEN.G, all odds are stacked up against them, and it is yet another early exit this time around for GEN.G.
Back onto MADBULLS. Oh, but Team Falcons, they lost to Rectum Kara Esports. Interesting. Okay, not too sure where the fight was happening at. But Rectum Kara Esports. Alright, decent start for them this time. With 2 eliminations in the pocket, and they still have a full team. I'm pretty sure they can pick up that 1 teammate. MADBULLS, however, okay, now they don't have the circle though, so this is going to be really interesting. The moment MADBULLS steps out of this building, look at the spread by Kara contra the minimap. They have MADBULLS totally locked in.
They absolutely camped them out. North, south, east, west. Literally, there's just nowhere that MADBULLS can actually move off from unless they go on the convoy, and that is what they have in mind. They're just going to have Lemon to lead the pack. And right now, yours Theo is being absolutely gated out, but he did manage to draw an exchange, a 1-for-1 at the very least. But I'm afraid the rest of Kara could not respond to this, even despite the double knock.
Oh, they have to respond quickly right now, especially if they want to save their teammate. Here's Lewis from afar, sprays and he will get his target. Nice follow-up there by Lewis, but his teammate is still bleeding out. He has to make this quick, especially with the fact that now the circle has shifted towards the left side of the map.
What a grand idea that Kara Esports have just executed. They did manage to take down the rest of the MADBULLS. But hey, MADBULLS, they managed to nap a couple of points away. That's a total of 3 points for their round so far. As we fixated our eyes onto the battle, we are already seeing so many of these teams already off the list. MADBULLS, Twisted Minds, Falcons, GEN.G, and of course that PAPARA Supermassive. Whereas now, the dust settle in rather swiftly. But I guess Nuclear Zone, they're looking to break the silence right now. Keeping their eyes onto the farmhouse, already being occupied by the rest of Go Team.
And Go Team, they're gonna play the inner side, so they're gonna try to stop Nuclear Zone from moving. And Nuclear Zone, they managed to send one player across. I guess they just want to get away from the gatekeeping of Go Team. The Go Team playing this patiently. No elimination points yet. But as long as they're able to survive longer than Wolf, than Virtus.pro, ARCred, and all those teams below them, their job is done. They can still maintain the #1 spot.
Yeah, they just really have to get a couple of all these elimination points. They could still make a healthy number of a lead up against the rest of Wolf, but you gotta, of course, look at certain opportunities as well for VP to also draw an exchange later. BOARS Gaming did manage to find an easy pickoff up against GS, who had not many options but to really rock up across these compounds, where we have the zone now shifting towards the GEEKAY area. So a wise move, but for GS, they are a little bit overzealous as well because they haven't really checked those corners. And now moving back towards the BOARS, they claim so much of these free space. This might actually work out for BOARS to play out the late game.
It's just too bad for GS. And now they only have one player left. Oh. GS out. Okay. Needed to update myself there. But then again, now we shift forward to Virtus.pro. One player down. They respond back to Nuclear Zone. Fajita gunned down. But Fajita, his teammates are not too far away. They should be able to reach him in time. Okay, there you go. That's the pickup there. But the smoke being deployed. Virtus.pro doing the same. But Virtus.pro, they try to get a trade back. They're not able to find that angle. The rest of Nuclear Zone coming in as well to provide extra support. But look at the minimap. Above Virtus.pro is BOARS, and they seem to be interested to try to take over Virtus.pro's position.
Makes it even harder. The circle just shifted a little bit more onto the eastern corner location. And right now, the hillside that R8 is looking to claim is going to be one of the most powerful positions that these teams could actually play from. Virtus.pro now spends a little time by the blue zone, understandably so, because they are sandwiched in between, like you said.
Oh, Krona lost hit, and Krona, did he survive the one? Oh, unfortunately he did not. Virtus.pro will take over his position, but now BOARS Gaming, with a high ground advantage, will put pressure back on Virtus.pro. We can see Virtus.pro, they're scrambling to get away from this open area, trying to get into the circle at the same time. But Havleki sees an easy target. Abudi will go down to Havleki. That's going to be elimination number 4 for BOARS Gaming.
Wow, it's been so far so good for the rest of BOARS. We talked about how powerful that position is. Now Virtus.pro is just going to dive in for a full send to try to clear up the shack. Can he be able to do so? Yes, he does. Malloy did manage to get right into the corner, but he does get knocked down by SAFG.
Oh, Furia now, the final active player for Virtus.pro, but he's caught out in the open with no vehicle. This is bad news for him. Now he has to pray really hard that his opponents do not hit him. Oh, there you go. That's the end of Virtus.pro and number 10 with 1 elimination point.
Oh, it has been a close streak for them for today. 1 point only ties with Ulf right now. The tower has been popped for the side of R8. They tried to hunker down onto this position, but they barely have just about enough cover. Now things are looking a little bit more worrisome for the meantime. And then look at this current place that GOAT is actually taking a little bit of elevated angle up against the rest of GEEKAY. And I really want to see if this is going to bear fruit for them, because the GAKA feels any team could actually strike from a distance. So it is still going to be a very tough space for these teams to really look for those certain avenues.
There goes GEEKAY Esports as well out. BOARS Gaming not having the best of time. Now it's only half leg left to find a player of BOARS Gaming, and he's out in the open in the GAKA field. And look at the amount of open space around. He has nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. And there goes BOARS Gaming at number 9.
Oh boy. Ruben Ulf did manage to survive the heat of the battle for the meantime. I mean, they were a little late to the scene. As you can see, that GAKA, it is always going to be so tricky, especially when you have really sharpshooters out there on the field side. Have to see whether if this is going to be working out for the rest of GOAT team, because Twigs, he's just going to be proning in the middle of the hayfields. Kevin now looking to support. There's that getting bombarded, and it's slowly chipping those health bars away. Time might just be the charm for Twigs.
And now circle updates. Where will it go? Will it be another hardship circle? It has been for the last few circles, bouncing back and forth. But looks like it's a fairly hardship circle towards the left side now. On screen is going to be R8. They are by the edge of the circle, and looks like they will eliminate another team as they head into it. While all that was happening, GOAT dominating with at least 5 elimination points. And they're going to come in from the south. The next target is probably going to be GEEKAY that's waiting inside.
GEEKAY definitely looking to be very ambitious at this moment. Speaking of which, RANGEL goes in for a very close quarter exchange. They did manage to suppress Marv, but they do have one member Olympic body outskirts. A good hole, a good defense once more. RANGEL so far rocking it out with 6 points, and Wolf still needs a little bit of a backing. And here comes Prestige on a push. Not quite enough to secure the knock. Oh, he's still got to work it out up against Wall 77, and he's got a grenade. They're looking for that exchange, cooking it nice and slowly. 3 seconds. Is he going to be able to hold out? He's in between those members of Kara as well.
Oh, the nade by Marceau on the other side. There goes Prestige eliminated, and that is it for RA number 6 with 5 elimination points. Now the fight's not over yet for Rectum Carrier Esports. We have Silas now holding his ground. The smoke will buy him a little bit more time from the incoming opponents. From Kara, 2 of them have arrived. Want to try to stop Rectum Carrier Esports from licking their wounds. This nade on Silas. There's a bit of damage onto him. He's still alright for now, but the counter nade sent down to the ground floor. Marceau takes a lot of damage, now forced to go in to heal.
Now we're already down to our top 4. Kara fighting tooth and nail to just claim this real estate, because there's just realistically nowhere else to really find cover from. Silas now waits for the right moment, misses the mark as he thought that he will pass right through the smoke. Not quite enough, but the nades are now falling into place. The rest of Kara Esports wants to shut him off of this match.
Oh, nades still being sent to the second floor, but they're not able to find that angle. But whoa, waited on the other side. But that's okay. Gets that knock immediately, but the moment he moves in to try to finish his opponent off, he gets countered back. And now he's down. It's only Silas left now, the final active player for Rectum Carrier Esports.
Kara Esports having members to be resetted right there. Marceau does prepare himself with a DPS. It's been an impressive hole so far, but I don't think it's going to last long enough for Rectum Carrier. They will go down this time, but at least securing themselves a top 4 finish. Whereas ARCred, they waited long enough, and now it's showtime.
It's time for them to come in as a third party. Look at the nades being prepped up, sent out to the ground floor, but nobody's home. One nade on the second floor, but Lewis, he kept his distance away. And now they're still coming in. The nades raining down. And it's going to be a matter of time before they rush out to the second floor. But Ramses with the DBS gameplay from the ground floor. Sees the target. Marcel gets taken out. ARCred taking over this compound.
We've been able to accomplish 3 takedowns back-to-back so far. ARCred is willing to just let that player sit around for the moment. Lewis, though, he's absolutely stranded all alone. But the exchanges are coming in. GOAT finally gets involved. GOAT has been waiting long enough. And GOAT team might just earn you a point this evening.
I'm not gonna say anything. I'll just leave it as it is for now. But what's happening right now is gonna be Lewis, the final player of Kara, holding on to his dear life in this fight on the outside of the zone. He has to pull off a big clutch here against the entire squad. All by himself. He does have a shotgun though. Pre-clutchable weapon. He starts off with Ali. That's going to be one down. Make that 2 back to back. Can he actually pull off a clutch?
Oh, Lewis, he could absolutely do this. The final member of ARCred, he's so low. And GOAT, they did manage to knock him down. ARCred only has 1 member. He tries to go for the revive. Oh, Lewis. That was an absolute perfection of an ace that he just delivered. And now Kara secures top 2, and the GOATs are looking to secure the chicken dinner.
Here we go, locking in. It's probably going to be GOAT, and nothing is going to stop them. A full squad versus 1 very tired player after putting up that clutch. GOAT team scores chicken dinner number 2. And that's also chicken dinner number 2 for me. Yay.
Wow. Such an immaculate performance, GOAT. They don't seem too explosive, but, you know, they always place themselves into great position. And the moment that they hear all those noise coming from the compound that teams were fighting on, they know that all they have to do is wait, and eventually they will have the numbers to book out. But wow, can we just talk about Lewis for this moment, because he absolutely stole the show.
Oh, no doubt. That clutch towards the end that not only secured him the second place finish, but also a couple of other extra elimination points, 4 to be exact, that is. So that's definitely the highlight moment there. But of course, the moment he was done, GOAT came in just right when he was finished with his clutch. Well, he didn't really have time to recover, and the rest was history from there. So gotta give it to definitely the second place team player for scoring that one. That was very crucial for him. Can you imagine like the point difference between second and third place just by itself? Play some points, and then you have the 4 elimination points. That's actually quite a lot.
Yeah, it is a plentiful points out there for those who did manage to make it to the top 4. And overall, GOAT team, they just have the right formula to keep on winning. And now they add 1 more to their bucket list. Well, I really do wonder by the tail end of the entire tournament, how many more is there going to be for GOAT to secure? While Kara, you saw they were battling for so long, and they have used the most utils, 19 frags, 13 smokes. While the rest of GOAT, they were just striking from the outskirts. They were playing onto the wheat fields as well. And I would say that's not too shabby, as GOAT got yourself another point. Regnum Karya, we saw, of course, brilliant plays coming out. ARCred, though, they were doing well until Lewis happened.
Yep, until Lewis happened. Exactly right. The clutch by Lewis. That was beautifully done. Well, because of that, Kara Esports, well, they're being compared now head-to-head with GOAT team. We don't have the exact elimination numbers yet, but if we were to look at the knockout numbers and also the damage output, Kara Esports, they did a little bit more as compared to GOAT team. So maybe when it comes to the elimination numbers as well, like perhaps Kara Esports would have done more as well than the Chicken Dinner team.
True enough. Whereas when we take a look at the rest of the pack, this is just going to be Kara Lewis that have been able to just deliver a crazy 1 versus 4 to be able to secure himself the MVP. And of course, in total, he did manage to accomplish 6 takedowns alongside with 600 over damage throughout the span of the moment. And well, it's just going to be a lot more great work to be displayed by the rest of Kara. I mean, I'm convinced that they can absolutely join in with the rest of the top 5 eventually.
Hey, what's cool is not only Lewis, right? Like his other teammate Marceau as well made it up here as one of the top performers. Followed by Goats Vic, and then we have Havlik from BOARS as well. I remember Havlik's long-range moment when he was trying to secure more elimination points as he get into the circle. That was one of his highlight moments here. So definitely well deserved of a top performance performance, that is. Now, when it comes to the points, so looks like for the second time in a row, Contra, kind of think about it, the second place team actually scored more points than the team that got the chicken dinner.
Yeah, it's quite an impressive stat, so to speak, because, you know, in many other regions, this seldom happens where, you know, usually the winning team is the one that does the most fragging, but every single match so far has been just absolutely fire. So I'm absolutely looking forward to our next matchup, ERANGEL. Before we go there, of course, we got 63 total eliminations. I believe one member of GEN.G disconnected as he drowned himself. And not only did Kara manage to accomplish, you know, so many of all these takedowns in this span of round, they are also having Marceau to deliver the longest shot of 362 meters.
Now, when it comes to the more important numbers here, well, because Goat Esports, they scored the chicken dinner, so they extend their lead again. You know what? Every time it almost looks like, oh, a team is going to catch the number 1. They're going to push Goat out. They come up with a performance. So this is also another one of those examples. Like, at some point, VP was only 10 points behind Goat. One good game, VP could be on top. And by the time you know it, Goat came out with a chicken dinner, and then, well, they still remain on top of the throne.
Yeah, and looking at the rest of the list as well, we've seen Regnum Kara continuously push upwards, and they're about to join in the 90-pointer club. I see they do slide down the list as well. The rest of BOARS are maintaining the order as well as the pace to ensure that they don't drop out of the top 10. So that being said, though, this is the first match of ERANGEL done and dusted. I'm definitely looking forward for the next one already.
Yep, and I'm also looking forward to Papa to gain more points than their current state, because we have not seen the best of them yet. But maybe it could be the next round after they are done with their first ERANGEL to get a bit of feel. But before we head on to that, as always, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this one.
Step into the ring. Let's go. Step into the ring.
Welcome back once again as we're going to be diving into our third match of this evening, and it will be the final ERANGEL for the night. We've already seen Regnum Karya claim one of their own, and of course, this time we're going to see who will be the ones to also take another big one, because the recent chicken dinner scored by GOAT team themselves have solidified their position as the top one team. So I'm hoping, you know, this time we're going to be able to see the rest of the field play catch up.
Yeah, especially Virtus Pro, who had slightly tough 2 rounds. So being a team that had one of the best stats inside of ERANGEL, hopefully they'll be able to make a comeback in the following round. And also another fight that we want to keep an eye on as well is the Pachinki fight. So that's going to be probably going to happen inside of this ERANGEL. And coming into this next ERANGEL, it is also going to be the final ERANGEL for tonight. That's something that we want to see happen. But just to give a bit of guidance here, here's the updated top ERANGEL performance. Obviously, GOAT will be still up here considering that they just scored a chicken dinner, followed with Ulf, Rectum Karya Esports. So far today has been having a great day, and MADBULLS as well, part of our top ERANGEL performers.
Yeah, and so far they're just showing great finesse as well as capability to really hold on to certain areas and also to go for those big frags. Ulf mainly has dealt one of the highest damage output of all these majority teams, but last round they went out a little early though, so I'm not too sure if they're feeling all too great about their odds right now, or will they be able to bounce back? We'll have to, of course, find out in a very short notice. So I'm definitely looking forward for how this one goes from here on. So that being said, Sir Cloud, congrats! Now you're ahead of both me as well as the producers. So I want to get this one right. So that said, you know, I think like Regnum Karya, they've been excellent fighters. I think like this is gonna be a really good call for me to go Regnum Karya for another chicken dinner.
Right. So you reckon they will score their second chicken dinner today? Okay. Interesting. Interesting call. Oof. I mean, top one. Oh man. I would have picked Regnum Karya, not gonna lie too. I think that today they're kind of feeling it. You can kind of see the improvements compared to like phase 1. Oh man, it's so tough. Let's go for a bit of stats here. Let's try out MADBULLS. Let's go.
Okay, MADBULLS it is then. So they definitely had some really strong run when it comes down to positioning, as well as how they've been able to really understand, you know, certain situations where they need to fight, when they need to fight as well. So I think like MADBULLS just needs some finishing touches. I think that's a really good call. Meanwhile, production is going for Ulf to wrap this one quickly with some big numbers again. We'll see about that. I mean, you guys could also pop it in the chat once again on who you guys think is gonna walk away with a chicken dinner.
Yeah, put it in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. We'd like to see your thoughts as well, and you guys can join us in playing this mini game. But it's just that obviously we don't have the capability of keeping track of every single one of you on the broadcast. But you know, if you can just write it somewhere, and as you go through like every single game, you got it right, you know, just mark it down, and maybe, who knows, by the end of like this tournament, just let us know like how many of you got how many right. I think that's kind of fun as well to get you guys involved.
Yeah, we absolutely do love to have you guys, join in the fun. Also, at the very same time, keep the chat pretty much friendly as well as PG in essence. We know, regional rivalry and banters are a thing, but overall, everyone's here for a good time. So you got to play nice a little bit. So that's it, though. I guess in moments' time, what we will be keeping score of is the fight in Pachinki again, because before we end phase 1, we start to see some of all these members of Falcons bounce back up. Now, can they do the same once more? Because last round, Falcons, they won up against Twisted Minds. I kind of want to see that these teams go neck and neck.
Oh yeah, I want to see that, right? And the fact that Falcons won their first Pachinki fight today, well, I guess they might be feeling it, because the record last week in phase number 1 is that Twisted Mind, they had a better record. Also to remind everyone, it's not only the Pachinki fight. Later when we switched to Miramar, both of these teams also had a record of meeting each other in Miramar as well. So, well, we don't know, right? Maybe Miramar, they might change, but so far the record is that inside Pachinki, both teams not letting go of each other. Now, before we head on to the game, we're going to check out some of these individual stats here. The players with the highest amount of eliminations so far, well, I guess no surprises that we have 2 players for Oath, because in the Rondo match, they scored like a ton of elimination points.
Yeah, they did. And right now you can see how close it is. Twix 88, Scarface, as well as Bat Boy, they're still racing up against Aaron on his 33-pointer run. Absolutely incredible. I mean, it is a very tough number to beat, but I'm pretty sure that GOAT, they're absolutely ready, especially with them scoring huge for so many times already. This might just be another one for them.
Yeah, so this is that's the first stat. Well, we're loading the second stat. Okay, no. We're gonna come back to us. So you know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. When it's back to us, that means the game is about to start real soon. So we're giving time for our players to get into the lobby. We want to make sure that everyone's having a good, smooth ride getting into the next game, because once we're done with this, well, technically this is like the middle ground by now, because we only have 5 games. So this is the middle ground, and then we only have 2 more Miramars, and we're done for the night, and we'll talk about the rest of the games tomorrow. So we want to make sure that all the players, all the teams have a good time.
Yeah, of course. I hope that, early on, we have a little bit of hiccup for the side of GEN.G. Hopefully this time they get to play as a squad of 4, because that has definitely impacted them on what they could potentially accomplish. And right now, seemingly a little bit worrisome for some of those who are not really quite hitting the margin out there. But hey, we got to check out some great stats. We have ARCred member to be taking that #1 spot with Derm with almost 400 meters. That is a tie between him as well as Jafar. Falak with only 1 meter short alongside with Icon. I think they just wish that they would squeeze maybe just a little bit more of that distance. I kind of wish that, in some of all these terms that we've been able to witness, that they get a little bit of a smaller prize for all these titles they do get as some form of encouragement at the very least.
Yeah, I just realized that Inner Circle isn't playing today.
All right.
Yeah, I was wondering, because we had 17 teams, game 1, game 2. So I was kind of wondering, okay, which team are we missing? Okay, so that's Inner Circle. Most utilities used, interesting enough, Snowix way ahead of everyone else. 113. Well, it's kind of, if only we have like this breakdown, right, of how many utilities to tell us a better story. But generally, Snowix, whether it's grenades, whether it's smokes, or whether it's mollies, I guess he really loved to toss stuff.
Yeah, and of course, you gotta make do with everything that you do have in the back, and that just goes to show that BOARS, they do have a very, very potent player that is very active on, going all out, even on the form of trollables, and on the ratio of headshot, Bat Boy as well as Heart Boy from ARCred are the ones that have been able to really strike only for the head. I mean, they definitely are some of the sharpest shooters out there. In the early span of Phase 1, we also do see Eidos as well as Joyagi to be those who have absolutely had incredible precision on those aims.
Yep, so that's an idea. But then again, yes, you're able to land the headshots, you're able to get the knock, but most importantly is to able to get those eliminations, because that's where the points are. Coming into the next game, of course, it's still ERANGEL, so there might not be as many long range or as many high ground opportunity as compared to the Miramar match. Miramar is when teams will be challenged in terms of how they manage their distancing. So far, we don't see as many like long range mini 14 sort of gameplay. A lot of them like to take frontal approaches, which is absolutely fine, right? Like, it's to everyone's own strategy. As long as they're still able to bring in the points and they're able to bring in the chicken dinners or enough play some points, I guess that's absolutely fine. There's no one way to play PUBG Mobile.
That's true. I mean, there's just so many ways. I know, like, you know, some streamers or so, they like to camp out in a certain location and score that chicken dinner. We do have one guy here from Malaysia that does that. I'm pretty sure even on other regions, I mean, they create montages of highlight reels of, you know, having one member as a carry and the rest can be like, hey, I'm here for the supplies. Like, just give this guy all these bullets and any form of frag grenades and let him do the job. So it could be any way to go, but of course there is a formula when it comes down to pro play. I mean, teamwork absolutely makes the dream work. I am definitely a firm believer of that.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right. It is not a solo game. It is a team game at the end of the day. That's why we did see like some of the stats before we start the show. Like, oh, from this team you have like 2 individual players coming up here with the top stats, but their team is not the number 1 team. Whereas the number 1 team themselves probably like at most have 1 representative as a top stat guy. The rest of them we don't get to see much, but maybe they work together well as a team that everyone brings equal weight, and that's why like they are the number 1 team, and that's GOAT Esports. GOAT team, that is. So yeah, like what you said, right, it is a team effort at the end of the day. Individual, great. You really need individual performances, but in order to be the best of the best, it's at the end of the day a team game.
True enough. And overall, I think like GOAT definitely is proof that they definitely are a very well balanced roster in the form of their firepower, in a way that they also have great tactics to really work out how to actually execute some of the ideas. On top of that, they always have been able to have amazing survival rate. So to me, that is the most impressive, because this is almost a perfect team that we're looking at here, and I'm just thoroughly impressed.
Well, I'm also impressed with the fact that we see the timer now. So we'll be jumping into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so keep an eye on Pachinki, that hotspot especially. We'll see if the fight will continue on, and if it does, who will win the Pachinki fight. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. One more ERANGEL. Let's go.
Here we go into the action, as we are going to be seeing this flight path cut across from the southern end of Sanaska. Now, big question remains is that usually we do see a little bit of skirmish going on between GS as well as another team. So is it going to happen yet again? Because the last time around, it was APG, but they're absent. No wonder it's a little quiet. I felt like our earlier ERANGEL was missing a little bit of juice, but I'm not too sure if there's gonna be a contender now up against GS.
Yeah, throughout the entire phase 1, it was just GS and APG fighting it out for the military base. But because APG, like what you say, right, is not playing, so GS will have the entire mid to the base to themselves. And looking at, even though the fly pop is right on top mid to the base, no other team is going to challenge GS for that spot. So they're going to have it all for themselves. GEKAY is going to get Novo for themselves. Virtus Pro right in between, but they're not going to challenge them. But now that we have a few drops already inside of Pubg and even on screen, Twisted Mind confirm and Falcons as well. Here we go, round 2 today.
And we're seeing a little bit of a 50-50. And straight into the action, it's once again Twisted Minds versus Falcons. This time a little bit more explosive as compared to what we saw previously. And Twisted Minds absolutely got themselves those nifty weapons for them to just close right through. A little bit of exchange through the windows, and it's still not hitting the mark just yet. Pretty much same location that they're dropping in, as they do have the M16 in the hands of Navallo, who did manage to pin 2 members out on the last round to get the lead for side of Falcons. And now they draw an exchange, and they open up with the first blood.
Well, Falcons doing so far so good, bringing in the momentum from the previous round. Twisted Minds did respond back though. They got one. Redos goes up to the second floor. Somebody's just right beside him. He does have a shotgun. If he's able to aim well, one shot is all it takes, but his first shot did not connect.
Boy, now we gotta see whether if they will continue on with the push now that they've lost 2 members already. And this time around, Hawk Brute, a new name that we have not really seen throughout the first phase, and this time we'll see whether if he will go through the trials and tribulation. And we're looking at the crossbow for Brute. I mean, are you serious now? Is he gonna be able to land it? I mean, it might just be a very cheeky one-shot trade. It might just actually do him a favor right now. Navallo now suppresses Brute right into the tough corridor. He's got to rely only on this M4 because the crossbow definitely does not cut it.
Well, I mean, they're the pros, so let's see if they can pull off a insane show here. Anyway, he does have an M4. But interesting enough, even though Falcons, they know that they have the manpower, but they're not really pushing it. While all that oof is in a fight against ARCred somewhere else. Brute, I know he has this M4, but the amount of bullets is not that much.
Brute tries to surf the other way around, and the rest of Falcons are now launching a full flush, and just like that, it's a clean sweep for the rest of Falcons, earning another victory in Pubg. And now, moving over to the side of MADBULLS, it seems like there is a little bit of action here in the Water Town. In PC, we call it Boatyard, but you know, we back then when this place has no name, even up till now in PUBG Mobile, still nameless, we prefer calling it the Water Town for some reason. PAPARA Supermassive is the one that's going to be lurking around. But I wonder if the MADBULLS does know for a fact that, you know, they are slowly getting surrounded by PAPARA Supermassive.
Well, speaking about surrounding, right? The surrounding circle kind of reminds me of the previous round. It's almost like the same circle, at least for Phase 1, that is. Well, very likely it will change later on, but as of now, it's the same kind of circle, so teams would kind of know like the checkpoints of the other teams based on the circle. I'm also looking at GS. The moment they pass by that left bridge, they land themselves in around the area of Gaka, and I believe they're in a fight, and it's against GEN.G.
And GEN.G still looking for a little bit of a recovery. I do believe that GEN.G this time is only going to be fielding 3 players. And GS so far have been able to book a decent spot just by the zone. And most of these teams still not really showing further signs of commitment into the island, but this is as close as it gets, as it does guard the western coast of the bridge. GEN.G also looking for a maneuver while PAPARA Supermassive launches an attack, but quickly gets sniffed out by the rest of MADBULLS. For sure, to be able to haul 2 points already for MADBULLS.
Oh, okay. So 2 already. By the cost of 1 player. I guess that's okay. You take whatever you can get. Speaking about MADBULLS, so it looks like the 2 players decided to not continue to stay here. But oh, wait a second. They're actually going to push Papa.
Oh boy. This is going to be a tough one to really hold out. But Kamikaze, he makes it work. And now one more member going down. And this might just actually be a turnaround of events where PAPARA Supermassive, they find this golden opportunity. Does he have crack grenades? No, he does not. But he still lands the shot. Kamikaze is insane.
Ooh, Kamikaze, can he actually do this one? But here is Pusher 1v1 up against a loss. With the DBS though, very clutchable weapon going up against the SLK, but Kamikaze will finish up Tulika. Kamikaze might come in anytime soon. Pusher now, push to a corner. But I'm only buying a little bit more time. But now it's a 2v1 sort of situation. Scar L though, as long as he can keep this distance, then good, able to come up with a clutch.
Now closing the distance, loss, running right through, does not really find the mark on that DBS. The nades are now raining towards his direction, and MADBULLS, they're on pinch, relying on this faithful member. That nade draws in very closely, chips his health bar, and there we go. This is gonna be a massive roll. See MADBULLS win out the trade. A full ace coming in from Pusher to eliminate and wipe out PAPARA Supermassive.
Wow, another clutch? That is insane. This time by Pusher. Oh man. And he scored all 4 elimination points for the team. Wow. That is insane. But now with him being the final player for MADBULLS, I guess, well, he'll be happy with that sort of highlight moment. And now it's all about holding on for placement points.
Yeah, and at first you were saying, oh, they're going for a push. Well, they do have a pusher with them, so I guess hence why. Meanwhile, a downhill slide, and it doesn't seem like it's a good call because Regnum Karya, they're firmly planted up ahead. And take a look at this 50-50 split. And there is still a little bit of those of the island, and GEEKAY is already looking to leave the vicinity, but there's a potential fight by the corner of Milta as well. BOARS, they go on for a little bit of a scuffle, and they did manage to wipe one away, but they're already soaking in some damage from the zone, and in stage 2, it's starting to hurt them just a little bit more, going for a little bit of chase. Is he going to be able to find it up against the members of the ETSH?
And to consider how long they want to stay here, because the zone will close again in about 10 more seconds, and you don't want to be obviously too far away from the circle. As for Kara right now, one of the players managed to land himself into farm, just right in front of him, the 2 players of, oh, but they see him though. The snake, that's a very ambitious nade, I would say.
This is going to be another attempt as well. I feel like this may not be a good call to burn out all too many utilities, but I guess he will just exchange the weapon and just secures it instantly. And the rest of ULF Esports, the Wolves, are still biting really hard. 2 points just like that.
Yeah, just like that, right? 2. And they still have a full team, so potentially they could bring in more, obviously. But more importantly, that they are in the middle of the circle. So wherever the circle will shift next, they should still get the circle. I'll be a little bit more interested to see what's going to happen on the left side. Particularly, we have Nuclear Zone and R8 heading pretty much the same direction.
And now with a little bit of update as well. We're looking at the rest of BOARS still hanging over in North Point, soaking some of the blue zone damage, while Virtus Pro has such a great spot. It is going to be the focal point of a compound where it is in between the bridge as well as the mainland. So they're definitely not going to be letting go of that sector for a very long time. while we have a lot of fight happening around the farm area.
And the teams, last we checked, Nuclear Zone and R8 on the left side of the circle, now bathing in the blue, with Fajita getting Marv. R8 right now, how many players do they have left? Okay, they have 2 active players left. We can see here on screen, they're just on the outside of Ruins. They're about 1,000 meters away from the circle, and the circle will shift towards stage 3. Hopefully they have enough healing utilities to tank the zone.
Yeah, they're just holding each other back. I mean, they're also moving into the same direction as well. Somehow it feels like they're moving further and further away, it feels, but perhaps this is the grand idea where if you manage to loop all the way towards the corner of prison and emerge on the top side of the hill, it might actually pay off for names like R8 or even Nuclear Zone. So, speaking of which, BOARS might actually beat them to it to arrive even sooner compared to the rest of these squads. Well, we're also seeing some hard shift of a rotation coming from the side of ULF, because they're not really finding too much action here, and you know, those they love to be in the fight, and yes, they do eventually spot out Pusher to take off the hero of MADBULLS off the list.
Yep, Pusher being pushed in and eliminated just like that. Down to 13 teams here. A lot of teams are already in the circle last we checked. Obviously, those in the middle of it, well, will naturally still hold the circle. And they're not willing to share this spot with each other. ARCred putting off warning shots towards ULF, letting ULF know that, you know, whatever happens, circle shifts our way, you don't come by to the sniper tower. But ULF ain't happy with that message, as Kitch will respond back with a knock on the hardboy.
ARCred, they're currently being pinched by all these multiple teams who are loitering around the farm side. But rightfully so. I mean, they are taking the main territory, and of course, these teams are absolutely ready to take over if they were to even give a tiny bit of a leeway. And it does not help that the team that is looking to really secure the spot is going to be ULF as well as GOAT to also be playing around the south side. So this is going to be a very, very tough fight for all of those involved. Whereas the rest of BOARS, they finally entered the zone after spending like, what, 10 minutes by the blue zone. And Regnum Karya is looking to hold them off.
So many teams close by each other. It will be interesting if the circle somehow shifts away from this area. But there's a reason why all these teams are here, because it's somewhere in the middle of the circle. So you want to have that circle advantage. And naturally, once you get that spot, well, no big reason for you to push your opponents yet. So that's why we can see here all these teams, they're pretty chill for now. But that also means that things might change after the circle shift in about 10 more seconds.
And for the meantime, those who are directly in the center, they don't really have to move all too much, I do believe. A lot of exchanges going through on the side as we see Nuclear tries to just dive bomb into the zone over the north, and this time the circle will appear towards the western corner, benefiting the likes of GOAT, who's holding over on the southern edge. Virtus Pro as well, which we did talk about that compound. So perhaps there's going to be those wide swing coming from the edges here to eventually challenge up against Virtus Pro. But plenty of action happening up north. These teams looking to relocate, and it's going to be Nuclear Zone striking one member from the side of R8.
Oh, but R8 now, because of that, one last player, and R8 eliminated at number 13. No elimination points at all for R8. So they remain as the team in this round that has the least amount of points, or that's exactly 0. But anyway, on the elimination field, we have Nuclear Zone and ETSH this time. Okay, this is the fight up north on the outside of the circle. Nuclear Zone, one try to stop ETSH from getting into the circle. Shiva, now just right in front of Fajita. Fajita, spring on the Shiva, but lucky enough for Shiva, he does have his vehicle still with him. So he'll be okay for now, until Fajita found an opening.
Yeah. And Nuclear Zone this time playing so much cleaner as they're sweeping by the edges. Or they're going for a little bit of a goose chase, and it seems like It won't last for all too long. Fajita stranded out in the middle of the open, and he will be absolutely dished out, and it just got run over by the rest of Nuclear Zone. So this time, no luck whatsoever for ETSH.
Okay, so a lot of teams in the middle pack and also at the bottom pack have been eliminated, but the top teams that are still in the game, Go Team, Oath, Virtus Pro, these teams that are very close to each other when it comes to the points, they're all in still. So this round's ending to be very interesting. And Virtus Pro from afar, we got Ragnarok from GEEKAY. Are they really going to push? Not really. I believe that all the teams that we can see here on the minimap, they're all pretty comfortable at where they are.
Yeah, you will expect resets to also happen because everyone's just bunched up all together. So GEEKAY should be able to get that revive in the jiffy. While we take a look at Falcons as well, who's just really stranded in the middle of the open, trying to hide from the crosshairs of Virtus Pro. Speaking of crosshairs, GEEKAY now goes to an exchange, takes down, say my name. Down but not out. So Virtus Pro, can they go in for the revive? This is going to be a little bit of an awkward situation. Virtus Pro, this will hold them back ever so slightly for a moment, but well, you can hear gunshots towards their direction because the rest of GEEKAY are the ones pushing through.
Oh, but one player of DS burning himself down. That's bad news. Not at this kind of situation, especially when the teams are very close to each other. Furia gets Redox, and GEEKAY gets Say My Name. Multiple fights happening right now with Diana now down on his knees. Malloy is there together with him, but Kevin will move in as well. Another nade on the Furia, this time again by Nerzad. Virtus Pro. Looks like they're falling apart at the hands of GEEKAY.
Yeah, they just got nowhere else to go. I mean, every step that they do take, even to spot over onto other sectors, they just get bombarded. And just like that, they just got overwhelmed. I mean, GEEKAY with that push was just absolutely crazy. Meanwhile, we go over on the outskirts. GS also making their presence being felt as well, as they are playing inside the zone to clear up some space up against GEN.G. And now it is a rampage for Nuclear Zone. This is their best performance so far. 10 points already for NRZ.
Wow, Nuclear Zone, where have they been all this? Wow. All of a sudden, 10 elimination points. And there's still a full team contra, so they could potentially get more. Just to add on, now that we are at 90s, one more team gets eliminated and Nuclear Zone starts to gain placement points too.
There we go. Those nades looking sublime. And oh, the rest of these members of ARCred tries to defend this fortress as Ulv looks to shut them down. And ARCred, despite being here for one of the longest time, they walked out empty-handed. And now it will be them sitting still. And GEEKAY gets to really race up to the number 4 spot.
Oh, looks like a Nuclear Zone. 2 players down though. Can they recover them? Jafar, also the final player of GS. He only has 14 bandages, no first aid, so he will be depending on them to at least heal up to 80%. Well, oh, for Mr. MVP, Aaron, gunned down.
It's going to be a tough call for Nuclear Zone to really get those revives done. And see that they really have to run through the distance, and easily that could be spotted out by any given player overlooking onto this area of the farm territory. Meanwhile, GS, they didn't really last for far too long as they got struck out by the wolves. A full send sent right in with just about enough smokes to cover their tracks. The revives will go through. The BOARS now losses nades after nades. One did actually connect towards the side of GEEKAY, but he's not looking to further commit.
Alex, is he going to commit to this situation? Oh, but because of the smoke right now, they don't have a good clear view of who could be on the other side. But anyway, Ragnarok will take that opportunity to also pick up his fallen teammate, Nerzad. They have to keep Nerzad alive. I mean, if we were to look at the stats this round, he's holding 5 eliminations for himself. So he's definitely on the roll. So GEEKAY, that's where they're making it a priority to save him.
Yeah, Nurzet definitely has been a veteran player that have always shown high-level performance. And today, he's absolutely showing what he's made of. Whereas on Nuclear Zone, I mean, this side of Nuclear Zone is something that we didn't really get to see all too much of back in Phase 1. And this is what we did actually discuss throughout 1 week. These teams can just change up their strats, and it might actually pay off. And this time, this big round, we want to see how long can Nuclear Zone hold out, because right now, the BOARS, once again, going on the challenge, knocking down one member from the side of Nuclear Zone.
Yeah, that's probably going to be the biggest challenge for Nuclear Zone in this round. Surrounded by teams, no circle, don't have a full squad, anything can happen. Just like what GEEKAY is doing right now against Go Team. But from the side, it looks like another player eliminated. Oh, that's wild. The final player of Recdem Korea Esports out. And because of that, we're down to the top 5 teams.
Top 5, but it is going to be a very tough call to know who exactly is going to secure that chicken dinner, though. GEEKAY definitely does have the odds in their favor, but Joyagi, oh, he just took a glimpse and is already down on his knees. Twix is so far off. Definitely is going to be tough to even consider for a save, and now GEEKAY gets a little bit more of a firm hold. The only 2 healthy teams to really challenge is going to be GEN.G as well as BOARS. And this has been an incredible run for GEN.G, so to speak, as well, because last round, they have a little bit of a hiccup. And they also start off this round with only 3 players. And right now, 2 still remains.
Yeah, in the top 4. So obviously, they're starting to collect more placement points as well. As for Go Team, well, it's only Twix, and there's a big chance that Circle will move away from him. It's going to be super duper tough, especially with the fact that GEEKAY is waiting down south. The moment Twix steps out of the compound, that's it. GEEKAY will definitely take him out.
I really do wonder if the next shift is going to favor the north or the south, because on the south side, that's where GEEKAY is going to look super dominant. Whereas if you swing it back towards the north, I wonder if GEN.G with the 2-man will be able to hold out. He's now being tossed out from the side of BOARS as they're looking to at least clear some space off. GEEKAY is sending everything that they have towards the shack where Snowlix is at, and it does connect. And once more, it's Nurzet. As they will now go in.
Locking in the elimination point, and they will. BOARS out at number 4, 4 elimination points. GEEKAY, GEN.G, and Go Team. Now the final 3, but like what you mentioned earlier on, GEEKAY stand the best chance of winning this chicken dinner.
GEEKAY just have to ride on this current form and momentum. GEN.G have yet to also make their presence felt in between this duel between GOAT as well as GEN.G. I mean, GOAT had to play passively as well, because it's only 1 member left. Spots out that vehicle again. Ships onto an empty space. That was basically a vehicle that was ditched prior to this by other teams. GEEKAY Esports, though, heard those gunshots and is going to be looking to tag out again from a distance. Nurzet, I mean, this guy, so far, really is one of the toughest opponents for these guys to deal with. 50% odds right now in favorite side of GEEKAY. Things could hardly go wrong, but like I did mention, that shift of the zone might actually change things. Now it's going to be GEEKAY looking to seal the deal up against Twix.
And there's Nurzet down. This could be a start of great things here by Twix, but it's not healing up, I guess. He doesn't have that time and space. Okay, he's doing that right now. But SUPERMASSIVE coming in. SUPERMASSIVE. Oh, wait a second, Twix. Oh, he didn't heal up. He didn't complete the heal. He's still only 10% left. Oh no, this is bad. SUPERMASSIVE found an angle, but hang on a second. It was Twix that denied away the point through the zone.
Yeah, this could have actually been a golden opportunity for GEN.G to really make an extension towards their area of play. GEEKAY now gets to go in for a little bit of reset. Again, he's just holding angles. But they do know for a fact 2 members of GEEKAY is by the edge of the zone. And that zone is going to pressure GEEKAY to drive towards that corner.
For sure now, for sure. But at least GEEKAY, they have Ragnarok inside. Now SUPERMASSIVE making his move as well. And it's looking good for GEN.G maybe. Ooh. I mean, it's still quite a tough call, right? Okay, I would still say that we will definitely see stage number 8. And I guess this round chicken dinner might be determined by stage 8.
Boy. If that's going to be the case, I mean, GEEKAY, they did manage to go in for a little bit of extension. So position-wise, GEEKAY actually has the better area to play out. If it does go into stage 8, stage 9, as they're going to be firmly holding on to the north. There's going to be one more shift that will happen from 5 seconds till now, from this moment. Again, now needs to close in the angles, and the nade drops in. Oh, gets blocked. Didn't manage to lob it over the wall. And instead, they finally found an opening. GEN.G, this might be it.
Oh, they got it. The second one down. Like what you said, GEN.G, this has got to be it. Unless if Nerze can pull off a 1v2 clutch in the final moment. But before that, Ragnarok down. That means that Nerze going to be the final player. Looks like it's going to be GEEKAY against the 2. Let's see if he can actually pull this one off. Not going to be that easy though. GEN.G knows exactly where he is, and they have the geographical advantage at the same time.
Yeah, Yusuf, he's been holding from on top of the roof, and it makes it so hard for him to be spotted out, especially you can see the layers of trees that's currently covering any form of pixels that they could actually spot him out, which is why it's so cheeky. They got all the information they need. Now, GEEKAY tries to shoot right through the smoke, not quite connecting though, but it's slowly tagging onto those members of GEN.G.
GG dominating now with 5 eliminations. 2v1 situation. And Nerze is not giving up that easy. He's not even thinking about like, okay, I need to deny away the point, send myself into the zone. No. He wants to fight like the warrior he is.
It
and
definitely
because, to be fair
truly
to
is.
Nerze, I mean, he's the last player of GEEKAY Esports, so that's why he's going to be the one to wait it out.
Question is, how long will the wait be though? Because that zone is already closing right through. Here comes again. Still being very elusive. Not being spotted by Nerze just yet. Now that he pops the smoke directly over onto that corner, this definitely will give a little bit of information back towards the side of Nerze. But they absolutely are making some of the best calls so far. Again, this might just be it. As he will send those bullets through, and it will be GEN.G that takes this chicken dinner home.
Well, from an early elimination in the previous round, they make a bounce back here with the chicken dinner. GEN.G taking it home. And what a game they had. They only lost 2 players this round. That's okay, because considering the result of game number 1, or at least the first ERANGEL, this is a huge improvement for GEN.G. Hopefully they'll be able to bring the momentum over into MIRAMAR next.
Such a big step up, like you said, and a lot of it has to do with, again, who's been able to really find those beautiful angles and have been able to connect it, most importantly, to secure 5 points for himself and 1 coming in from inside of Yusuf. And I believe that Satan was not really involved at all in this matchup, which is why you're seeing them play by Treeman and Dami. He got punished very early on. So I gotta say, this is absolutely impressive because they were already playing with some of the deficits already, and still they did manage to walk away with a chicken dinner.
Yeah, gotta give it to them, right, for being able to manage the situation, and of course also being able to stand up to make this comeback here in this round. But it's all about consistency, ladies and gentlemen. It is a marathon, not a sprint. So they need to remain consistent in the following round, in tomorrow when we come back as well. So a lot of games to come for them to try to keep the pace up. But of course, we're not going to take away the spotlight for Gen.G. Congratulations to them. However, when it comes to total points collected in this round, GEEKAY Esports is ahead of Gen.G.
That's right. I mean, the amount of frags that they got this round was just unbelievable. So, once again, the trend today, like you've mentioned beforehand, the number 2 squad will somehow still manage more frags compared to the ones who win it. But you could also consider that perhaps taking too many fights, you will have lesser members to also work with. But then again, GEEKAY, they actually had the numbers advantage onto this final fight up against Gen.G.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if we were to look at these numbers as well, like damage output, GEEKAY, knockouts, GEEKAY, even like heal is GEEKAY. Well, heal, it tells me the story of like they were engaged with multiple fights or taking a lot of damage, long range, and all that kind of stuff. And that's why they needed to heal more as compared to Gen.G. So they were a little bit more active. And it's apparent it reflects as well on the damage output and also the knockouts now. But more importantly is that how many eliminations did the GEEKAY Esports get? So that's something that we will check out in the later stats.
There we go. Nurzet is the one that actually secures the MVP title. I mean, 7 eliminations. This is by far a number very hard to beat by the likes of many. And this time around, not only does he secure 7 elimination points, you can see the kind of utils he used in order to secure them. 1,122 damage being dished out, and of course didn't manage to survive till 29 minutes of play. I thought that we're really gonna see like stage 9 string until the very direct center, but thankfully we didn't need to, of course, wait for that. Again, comes in very closely with 5 points to also tie with Ubudi. Of course, credit where credit is due. This is by far one of the better performances that we've ever got to witness from Nuclear Zone.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely right. Can't wait to see the total score for them. Okay, Nuclear Zone. Wow, 14 points collected. In fact, they scored 11 eliminations, so that's only 2 eliminations behind GEEKAY. So this is the best round so far, even if we compare to last week. Yeah, we do see a Nuclear Zone here and there, but we don't get to see them scoring this many points. So congratulations to Nuclear Zone. But for ARCred, R8 Esports, Kara Esports, and Twisted Minds, no points at all for them. I guess it's back to the drawing board.
Definitely so. And speaking of boards, we're going to see some of the stats on our screen right now. Nurzet, not only was he part of a list of high frags, he's also shooting some long shots, 377. And speaking of long shots, take a look at the headshot numbers. I think this is one of the most that we've ever got to witness. 19 total headshots. That's super impressive.
Yeah, 19 this round. All right, okay. Significant improvement by the teams. I think goes for 3 airdrops as well. Earlier was only 1. But improve or not, the overall rankings will tell us the story. So GOATs still able to score 8 points. Not that much, but it is big enough for them to continue to have this gap with the number 2 team. Oof. GOAT right now, they are ahead by 25 points. So that's pretty healthy.
Definitely is. And overall, we definitely see some movements coming from BOARS as well as GEEKAY, who did manage to secure that top 2 finish. And look at Regnum Courier, they've been scaling up the list every other round. This time, as much as it's only 4 points, that pushes them up to 11. 7 more points, they might just be able to beat Kara to move into the top 10. Whereas Gen.G secures the chicken dinner onto this list as they now propel up into top 14.
Well, as they say, it's never too late And plus with the fact that we still have more games to go. After this, it's going to be Miramar. We're going to switch up the map. But as usual, before we head there, we're going to take a breather, ladies and gentlemen. So don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss out on Miramar after the break.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
And we're done with all the ERANGEL matches. Now we're gonna switch the map into Miramar. Welcome back to the Ruthless Regional Showdown, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Circle together with Contra. And so far today, no repeated chicken dinners and no repeated chicken dinners from the same region.
Yeah, and I think like overall, this just shows how competitive this has been between the two sides. And now in Miramar, we definitely would see perhaps a little bit more of the change of pace on how these teams play. And the ones that have won out the most in Miramar has been Virtus Pro. And we also saw GS secure 2 back-to-back chicken dinners previously in this round as well. So I want to, of course, see if these teams will be able to handle the heat, as we're already getting so many of all these epic plays that I still remember on how some of these players are just really going on some close quarter exchanges. But when we saw those big headshot rates, you know that they're ready to take on Miramar.
Well, are you ready with your prediction?
Yeah, Virtus Pro, straight up.
Okay, all right. I was kind of thinking of Virtus Pro as well, but all right.
You can go for it again. We might actually score the double.
Well, I don't copy people's homework, you know.
Sure.
We don't do that here. We don't do that. Let's go for OOF this time. That's ULF. Let's go.
Okay, lock it right in. Oof, it is. What about production, though? I definitely am intrigued on what they're going to be picking this time. They still believe in the GOATs. That's a good sign, of course. So, going down to this, I really do think that, you know, all in all, whether GOAT wins the chicken dinner or not, they will still be holding on to that number 1 spot. That's why I'm kind of picking, like, you know, teams from second seed onwards to be able to steal it away from the hands of GOAT. And last round, you know, we might have actually counted out some of all these teams out there, but wow. Even the likes of Nuclear Zone has had pop-up performances. GEN.G playing with 3 members can still walk away with chicken dinner. Just goes to show that it is just quality, true and true.
Well, I'm sure we'll see quality gameplay here. And one of the quality gameplays that we want to observe is the potential fight between Twisted Minds and Team Falcons. And so far today, Team Falcons, they've been winning their 2 early fights inside of Pachinki against a Twisted Mind. So looks like it could be a turnaround this week. But let's see inside of Miramar whether the result will be different or not.
And of course, the battle commences. This time around, it is coming in from the northern territories of Military Base. A rather interesting approach, as it will have a little bit of skewer towards the far end of the eastern corner map. As when I say skewered, it seems still pretty balanced from the looks of things. It even gives access into Patona, which I think, like, out of the many games I've casted of Miramar, there's only like once I've ever seen it ending up by Los Higos or even the areas of Patona.
Yeah, it's a rare final circle, right? But Patona is definitely one of them. The island on the right side of Impala, that's also one of those very rare moments, but we have seen that one before. So if we do get the kind of circle again, I'm not complaining. I think that kind of circle is obviously very interesting to watch because you don't get to see it all the time. But what we might get to see here is early fights. Let's see here. Around the area of truck stop, we have 2 teams there. Heading towards Impala, we have ARCred with another team as well. But on screen, all right, in action against GEN.G.
Oh boy. Here we go again. Another round, this time between Kara. They did manage to instantly curse out the member of GEN.G, and seemingly enough, they are absolutely outnumbered. Looking to eventually have Yusuf getting involved in Hacienda. And again, he was one of the MVPs of the round. And
down with a Vector, 33 bullets. He tries to swing by, but there is backup around the scene. Again, does get the knock though as he swings out.
Oh, again from the other end. Swings out his weapon and Gen.G stood tall. They lost Dami in the process, but still able to get a good win here. 4 elimination points in the pocket of Gen.G Esports. At least they continue on their momentum from the chicken dinner round.
Yeah, that was quite a beautiful angle that he managed to find through the corridors. Just like that, it all stacks up. Now, take a look at this. There is gonna be some coverage in the water, and take a look at where gold is. They're in Los Egos. Meanwhile, firmly planted for Falcons. They didn't manage to get that access into El Pozo, but I'm liking the changes that they're bringing to the table. ETSH is going to be sharing with them the corners of Los Leones, so it's going to be a long, drawn-out fight.
Yeah, but here in Truck Stop, it cannot be a long, drawn-out fight. Oh, Lost. Jafar found an angle against Lost. Jafar. Oh, Jafar's on top of that hill. And Lost totally didn't expect that to happen. And now with the man advantage, well, PAPARA could move in. It is a good time.
Should be the case in point as well. I mean, the timing, as much as we mentioned, that is good. There's a little bit of standstill. Some shots being fired back towards the side of PAPARA Supermassive. They did manage to land a knock from that distance with a Vector. Okay, that is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Well, Supermassive, they answer back.
Well, Supermassive, as much as they want to answer back, but with Night go down, and they only have one active player left, that is Kamikaze on top of the hill. But it's very hard for him to answer back to any of his opponents. The best, obviously, is to try to hold on for placement points, but he is still not really leaving this area, though.
Definitely want to sell the scores real quick. GS now has a very nice spread going on. As much as I say that, there is one member of Supermassive unhappy that he's going to be looking for securing that coupe out in the middle open. As he only gets tagged up, Kamikaze with a high ground advantage. One member side of PAPARA Supermassive is currently just by the edges. So we'll have to see if this one can be work to his favor. And going over on the side of GS. Kamikaze's hiding by the bush. Such a cheeky play. He spots Ragnar out there in the open. Is he going to take the shot is the question.
Okay. There you go. Yep, like what you said. Taking the shot, definitely a must for Kamikaze. That's going to be point number 2 for him. But he also awakened the other opponents, especially from GS. So GS might go for the witch hunt.
You know that? Nerzet now just sprays through, trying to blow that vehicle on the opposite end. Not quite really finding the mark yet. Back towards the side of PAPARA Supermassive as well. It's just going to be such a tactical play coming from a majority of these players as GEEKAY will now take reins on top of this hill. But even so, if they do play from the high ground, there is going to be GEEKAY on the opposite end. GS, they licked their wounds already after losing one. But are they going to look for a recommit?
The teams are really taking their time this round. But if you're Kamikaze, I can totally understand that. I mean, yeah, last player. Yeah, so it's going to stay away from all these unnecessary fights. But here is Nerzet on screen. But because he is on a monster truck, so it's a little bit more durable. Gives him extra protection as well. So not enough shots to take him down.
Not quite just yet. And usually in stage 1, no team really want to fully commit because who wants to be dead last, right? Anywhere from below the top 8, they don't get those placements. Meanwhile, this goose chase continues on. Samir onto something. but he might have actually missed his opportunity up against Vin, as Vin immediately looks to trade back.
And here comes the spray by Kevin. At the same time, he has to be careful the fact that he is in the zone. Stage 1 still, though. Very tankable. But D3S, they respond back. GEEKAY Esports, and also their opponents are all stuck on the outside of the zone. They're about 1,800 meters away from the circle, so it's quite far. But D3S all alone here, and here comes the cavalry. GEEKAY, and just rushing in on him. Nurza is going to lead the charge, but he's still going to respect his opponent, playing this rather carefully. And now with the nade stand behind the stone, nobody's home, and Nurza shows up. Deals a lot of damage, able to get the knockdown, thanks to the zone as well. And that's going to be another point in the pocket, but for Kevin gets icon.
Oh, they've been working for this for such a long time, and the rest of GS now needing to quickly go in for the pickup. GEEKAY is going to look to close right in. Just marking on that red dot site as well. It just goes to show how good Nurzet really is.
No doubt, right? Nurzet played with some of the finest from Mongolia. But Kevin gets Amir. Okay, the fight will continue on though. Honestly, Contra, this feels like it's going to be a lose-lose situation for both sides. We'll see how that goes. Whether they can still tank the blue or not.
We'll have to figure this one out. Still plenty of teams darting around the blue zone. Miramar early phases doesn't really hurt too much when it comes down to the blue zones. Take a look at how many teams are in Chumacera as well as the valley down below it. I mean, it is going to be some really close fights as he tries to shred that monster truck. We'll be able to blow it up. And Kamikaze, he lands a golden one.
Okay. Let's see if we can get his 4th, 5th, and so on and so forth. 3,000 meters away from the circle, guys. Did anyone get the bat signal that, you know, you have to get in the circle and not stay out here too long?
They might actually get the memo once they start running out of meds. Like, oh no, we can't do this anymore. What now, right? But at least that isn't going to be the major concern for the time being. Continuing on. That boy. Dangerous drive. We want Silas. He got knocked out. And then Rectum Car Esports. They got shredded off by none other than Go Team.
Whoa. But Twix not having the best of time. Got now with a mini 14 by Abu D. Go Team now on the way to save him. Well, that's happening. Mark from RA got taken up by the zone. Interesting. Okay, now they are in the fight with GEEKAY. On screen is going to be nuclear zones showing themselves up. Okay, we'll check back on them later because right now, Mark, there you go. Teammates too far.
Yeah. Too much to do, especially here in the early rounds. 3 teams currently struggling by the blue zone, as it gets highlighted on the side of your screen for any team that is currently under those kind of colors flashing. Meanwhile, here comes Coax. Oh, big damage, and that Molotov setup was beautiful.
Okay, he's very low on health, but he trusts his teammate. They will move in together, and that's ETSH eliminated at number 14. Falcons, clean 4 eliminations for them.
BOARS Gaming has such an angle. And the rest of BOARS, they can take their sweet time. No matter how it closes up, this is going to be their absolute playground throughout the fields of Chumacera. From the heroes GEEKAY. Now getting all these tags coming out of Prestige. Will definitely take a little longer for them to be able to really convert into something, but they're looking to pop the tires. And oh boy, that zone goes deeper and deeper, dissecting the city of Chumacera.
Man, they are so far away from the circle, even further than I am from my ex. that I don't know if they can survive this one. Look at this, right? Like, it's only 7 bandages on the SUPG. Nah, this is probably unless if they are able to find more first aids. If not, then that's probably gonna be it.
Very likely so. And I think like in those kind of circumstances, you kind of want to commit to the nearest team possible, who's also in the blue zone, to at least maybe walk away with some points. And if you don't, it's like, who could blame you? You literally took too long, right? So as of this current moment, the teams are going to look to drop by from Picado, La Bandida. I mean, what's really holding them up? I really do wonder. Well, GEN.G, they were the champions of the previous round of ERANGEL, despite only having 3 members. There's now having a lot of that space to actually run around. Not quite the same for Wolf. GEN.G is just absolutely marking onto the target. Brings out the 6X. It's got the XLR being equipped as well. I absolutely do love it when it comes down to Miramar. So, as it stands, Virtus Pro, today hasn't been the day, hasn't it?
Yeah. But at least this round is like, okay, 3 players still in the game, you know, there's still time, so if there's any bounce back, this could be it. But like what you said, right? Throughout the day, it hasn't been the best of day for Virtus Pro. In fact, they had 1 round inside of in ERANGEL that they got one of their players out early in an early clash. But yeah, but because of that, they slowly slide down. Now they're at number 4. They still keep pace with both. I mean, it's a 37-point difference. With more games to come, not only today, but also tomorrow and the day after. But Virtus Pro, they can continue to slide down. If not, I worry at some point the gap will be just too big.
Yeah, that's my concern as well. But gotta also remember that Virtus Pro did actually have certain slow runs, and then they come out with those crazy numbers, just like how some of these members of Esports have been able to accomplish. So we'll have to see if Miramar is still going to be their stronghold. BOARS, GEN.G, and a member of Virtus Pro has been able to really cop some really good spot. Meanwhile, take a look at ARCred. I think like if they extend further, they might catch on to GEN.G.
Oh. Okay, but they have to be aware of the fact that GEEKAY is there too, so it's not as straightforward as to like, okay, we see GEN.G in front, let's go for it. Have to be very careful. Ah, the mortar. Okay, we'll see if that lands onto anyone. But while we were waiting for that to happen, Nuclear Zone. 1 player was gunned down, but he was brought back up again.
That's the thing about Miramar. Even on terrains, you can find just about enough cover. Which is why Miramar rounds have always been dubbed as the most technical map to this very day. With very little updates, it's still ringing true as some of the OG classic together alongside ERANGEL. Raouf now checking out the entire field, doesn't really spot a single thing at all. I think from the last glimpse, they might have actually spotted that member of Goat Planet over top. And it does not seem to be the cleanest of angle, as that player has already gone prone.
Yeah, this terrain is kind of rough. If you're prone, there's a possibility that they can't see you. While the elimination feed looks like a Twisted Mind and a Goat team in the fight. We have them on screen right now. Both these teams not in the circle, and the zone is closing. And Twisted Mind have forced themselves through, but Esports not happy with the fact that their position has visitors. And they managed to stop one of them with the help of BOARS. Wash. Eliminated.
Oh boy. We're starting to see the feet lined up over on the left corner as Twisted Minds Talk about a team with this performance for today. It is not only Virtus Pro, but Twisted Minds. They lost out those fights to Falcon over the span of those 2 rounds. And here we go. Oh, perfect line of sight for Joyagi. Gets the double knock.
And several eliminations now for Gold Team. So far, so good for them. They are leading the elimination chart. But they have to eliminate Esports. They want to retain their spot within the circle. Pretty much this fight right now is inevitable with the fact that the zone is closing. And Foston push through Solus right now, all alone. Kraken gets Solus. And now one more other player. And he's on the... Okay, that's Scarface. Oh, Aaron is still in the game as well. So Aaron! MVP performance with a snake. Knocking down Vic in the blue. Aaron locks in the point.
I just absolutely love how Aaron plays. I mean, he's always just aiming for the hit, even on a moving vehicle. And now, speaking of looking for a target, Joyagi from the bottom side of the hill has been able to draw an exchange. There's still more work to be done by Joyagi, and yes, he does get the second knock. Is it the third? There's only 1 HP left. Oh boy, Snowix hanging on by a thread right now, and Kraken looks to go in for that jump shot with the DVS. And the BOARS now in such a hot mess. And eventually they did manage to at least bring 1 player down. Kraken was the one being punished.
And there goes Gold Team as well. They end their campaign here with 9 elimination points. No prison points. But I guess they have created a healthy gap, so they don't need to worry too much about the number 1 spot being taken away by another team. Now on screen is Team Falcons. We have Oof there. A lot of teams down south, but I guess everyone's just deciding on whether they want to crash in or they want to rotate away and just get across the road into the circle. And that's what exactly Falcons is doing now.
Yeah. You're going to see very tough decisions to be made by the Westerners as well. The ones on the east as well as central ground. They're looking fine. But take a look at GEN.G. What are the odds right now? Another 3 versus 4 kind of match, and GEN.G gets another one. I mean, of course, I hold that top for the moment. More pickups. As we're seeing Scarface. He's down to only 3 more first 8. And he pulled it through.
Oh. And that's MADBULLS stopping him from coming in. Or was that oh, that was BOARS. Okay, anyway. Now Oof out at number 10. 2 elimination points. Shift our attention towards the northern side. We have R8 here on screen trying to stop MADBULLS from coming into the circle. And true enough. MADBULLS, some of them are still on the outside. And for Nuclear Zone, we still have 1 player as well on the outside too. Upgrino he is. It almost seems like MADBULLS, they know that he's there. So they're just waiting to allow the blue to do its work, and Upgrino either denies away the point or he shows himself.
That definitely will be the case, as it seemed like they got him pretty much surrounded, and it's all about waiting for the right time. Amuri, well, looking for a mortar shot. This is something that we don't always get to see. Can you imagine if it lands onto those members of MADBULLS? They must be so pissed. But landing a mortar shot, not easy to do.
Not at all. And I guess that's why a lot of players, they prefer not to spend their time doing that. But it can be effective. With the right usage, that is. Yeah. But let's see if GEEKAY will be able to recover their teammate, one of them down. Falcons in the fight with Virtus Pro.
Oh, now that is what I want to see. Seat number 3 versus seat number 4. And Virtus Pro, they still hold firm though. Take a look at Falcons also sweeping by the edges, and now it's drawing closer and closer into the center. And the rest of Virtus Pro, they got not much option. They just have to crash right over onto where they need to hit up north. So that's it though. There has been a little bit of stagnation over on the far west. I wonder what's really going on there.
And we see them moving, but not much action. ARCred one players on the outside, so that's well, I wouldn't be surprised if that player can follow up soon. But now we're having ARCred. We're gonna try to push the players of GEEKAY inside the shack. And the snake into the shack. Gets Kevin. Safji out. 2 nades. It's all it takes to finish off GEEKAY Esports. Down to 7 teams.
That was just so clean, and now it seems like there's a rupture over on the north as well as the south as teams are just trying to claim those spaces. ARCred, they got a lot of work to do. Can they just keep the rest of the Falcons at bay? And meanwhile, while they're at it, R8 swings by. And ARCred, they take this as a good opportunity. GEN.G is shooting him back. Now he's being a little bit more respectful. So perhaps GEN.G can definitely be using a lot of good tanking. Meanwhile, the rest of Virtus Pro so far found themselves a hill just by the spine of it, going up against the rest of Falcons.
Furia gets 1. And that's going to be Naval. Unfortunately out. But here comes Say My Name spraying from the other side, trying to get the players of Falcons. ARCred as well in the fight. Oh, okay. This is where it will erupt. We have 7 teams here, 19 players remaining, and they're very close to each other. Look at this. Virtus Pro onto Falcons. They got Red Ox down. And Malloy is looking for that angle against Coax. Coax now still with his teammate. The pickup is happening right now.
A very huge tension now being brewed up. And it is not going to be easy at all. You can see that they've already got themselves absolutely exposed from the back. Virtus Pro, meanwhile, only has 2 members as there's one more being knocked down. And the next one to fall out is going to be Team Falcons. We now have our 5 teams on the list.
Top 5 with MADBULLS. The only team with a full squad. Looking good so far. Let's see if GEN.G can make it a double. He just came off a chicken dinner. But ARCred right now pushing it on to Virtus Pro. Say My Name is back up again, but then at the same time, the zone is closing. This will force the 2 players of Virtus Pro to show themselves up to Bad Boy.
Oh, that nade. Oh, cross really close. Another one.
Okay, one more maybe. Okay, here comes nade. Bounce onto Malloy. Oh, Malloy. He managed to heal up just in the nick of time.
Oh, that was such a call, but it does not matter all too much. Virtus Pro now looks to shut them off. Rest of ARCred now goes jumping down the hillside as they do take on the rest of the Virtus Pro. And there we finally have it. Bad Boy now adds 1 more to the tally.
Okay, ARCred Ramses, he is on the lower ground though. His nade did deal a lot of damage to Say My Name, forcing him to turn back to heal up. And now looks like the tides have turned, but Lemon will stop Hard Boy. Looks like Virtus Pro. They gain a lifeline thanks to the Lemon from MADBULLS.
Ooh, Melon just runs right through, and MADBULLS now only have those couple of members. But they do have the leverage to just swing by over North Point just to really keep it guarded. Well, Say My Name now on the assault. Does he find it? I'm not quite too sure just yet as we move into another fight where we're seeing MADBULLS striking out names out of ARCred.
And now we have MADBULLS Virtus Pro and GEN.G. And MADBULLS, they've been staying rather away from a lot of the fights at the south. Now it's time for them to come in. Next target, maybe Virtus Pro or maybe GEN.G. But Virtus Pro, they... Okay, they don't have the circle. Now we have a better view of their current location. But there's a compound just right beside GEN.G that they can occupy. So I guess it's... they should be able to reach that. Not going to be a problem. So by them doing so, we might need to wait for the next stage before a team decides to make the next big move.
Yeah, a tough call though. Meanwhile, speaking of big move, Virtus Pro right now, can they close in There's a grenade being cooked up by GEN.G. And look who's also here. Over on the other corner, Superman. Looking to just toss a wide one. Not really quite connecting. As well, I kind of call him Superman earlier. It's actually Spider-Man. My bad.
Well, yeah, different universe, I would say. But
Right.
Pusher, not sure how he got taken up by the zone. I don't see any other player actually putting pressure on him, but somehow he gave himself up, or we're not too sure about that. But anyway, what we're sure is that Malloy gets taken out as well. His teammates are kind of far away from him, and he's being held hostage. While MADBULLS seem to have the best control of the circle at this moment.
Yeah, they do. I mean, this actually swings back towards their end. Satan is actually playing this round. So great to actually have him back. The rest of Virtus Pro travels on foot. Don't want to make all too much noise, however. The rest of GEN.G should know that the push is imminent. MADBULLS stacked up all together. And the rest of GEN.G looks for this grenade. Doesn't land perfect. Oh! What a shot coming from Satan.
Oh, and Satan will finish off Furia. It's going to be elimination number 8 for GEN.G. Virtus Pro, on the other hand, not really in the circle yet. So the pressure's on the Virtus Pro, at least for GEN.G and MADBULLS. Well, clearly they're in the circle, but for Virtus Pro, what kind of space will they be able to find to slide into the circle? Okay, looks like they found something, and that's why this brings us to stage number 9, ladies and gentlemen. The stage where the zone will close entirely, and this is the first stage 9 today.
Oh boy. It's about to get real rowdy, but once again, MADBULLS, take a look at that split formation that they're holding so confidently. Gotta say, Virtus Pro have also impressed, but down to 2 members, very, very difficult. Satan now knows that those Virtus Pro members are inside a shack. Looking to, of course, cook up more and more of the grenades as Maldi goes down. Malloy.
Lemon? Oh, just take it out instead. And now it's going to be the last 2 teams. Okay. MADBULLS, they have the best chance right now. They have the 2 players from Virtus Pro locked into the shack. And now all they need to do is to put all their focus onto the shack, and with that nade by Spider-Man, that nade to rule them all with a rampage. MADBULLS will take home the Miramar chicken dinner.
That was impressive, and he just knew that there's not much other space that they could actually hold out, and he just took a chance at it, and that was a banger. As MADBULLS, they are your winners here in Miramar.
Well, there you go. MADBULLS with a chicken dinner. Did any of us pick MADBULL?
I don't think so.
Oh, not this time, right? Not this time. Okay. I'm curious. I just have to confirm that. But any of us pick MADBULL? No, not this time. Okay. So no record predictions, but that's okay. We still have one more game today. But anyway, congratulations to MADBULL. Now with this chicken dinner. How close will they be to the top, I wonder?
I also do want to take a look at the overall standings after such an incredible Miramar round. Though I thought that it's just going to shrink all the way through. Thankfully, you don't have to wait for too long. Lemon, Spider-Man, Pusher, as well as Talika so far definitely is looking to, of course, amp things up for the upcoming match. Now that they secured themselves a chicken dinner, we shall see though. All these big numbers of stats once again for the members of MADBULLS. And now going into the upcoming matchups as well, we're gonna see MADBULLS right now just not really needing too much of the offensive utility. It is those kind of cover smokes that kind of kept him alive for the most part. Can't really say the same about ARCred. They got taken out without that many points. So that's it. GOAT, they still move in the top 4. So I am certain that GOAT, they're still uncontested.
Yep. And head to head, well, some of these stats do tell us that Virtus Pro, they see a little bit more action, especially with the damage output, with the knockouts, and also the amount of heals. I mean, we did see them a little bit more on screen as compared to MADBULL. And MADBULL, it's more towards like the end stage where we see them in action early on. But still, they scored a chicken dinner, and that's what matters at the end of the day. That's where I can't wait to see like how many points exactly did they get and how close are they from the top. But before we head on to that, we're going to award the MVP of the match, Lemon from MADBULL this time, with 5 eliminations and 563 damage. So I would say that based on the damage and elimination ratio, it's pretty efficient, I would say. So it's almost whoever he shoots, whoever he gets, whoever he scores.
Yeah, very cleanly done. And of course, with a little bit of help of his teammates as well to ease the process. So well-deserved MVP coming from inside Lemon. While the rest of the field, they got 3 eliminations each. And the margins are also pretty close. Kraken as well as GEN.G. Again, was just, a couple of drop of points away. But overall, they are massive contributors here in Miramar.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely right. These players here, Lemon, Satan, Kraken, and again, brought in those elimination points. Now, looking at the absolute points, MADBULL 20, GEN.G 13, ARCred 10. Okay, that's cool. But what interests me is that Gold Team is up here without placing points, but they scored 9 elimination points. So that's really cool. They'll still be able to be up there at the top 4. So surely they will still maintain their slot at the top. On the other side though, Twisted Minds and Red Kaya Esports, no points this round.
Now it's starting to be concerning because after everything wraps up for tonight, there's only 2 more match days and each only runs for 5 of these, of course, points. And we're still looking at all these stats. Now the headshot ratios kind of slowed down a little bit, and there's also 4 airdrops to be looted. Other than that, it's been usual staple numbers that we're looking at. Perhaps maybe a little bit lower on to the limbs count because you saw how many teams were taking their sweet time in the blue zone.
Yeah, a lot of them. So not too sure. Hopefully they switch the strategy to benefit them more in the next round. But the one that benefit the most, of course, is MADBULL, the team that scored the chicken dinner. So they move up to number 5 right now. But we're starting to see the gap at the top as well. Like between GOAT and Oof is like 31 point gap. So that's, well, very healthy 1 game gap there between the 2 of them. What I noticed is that GOAT, when they don't score the chicken dinner, they still bring in steady points. But number 2 onwards, like they keep interchanging. So because of that, GOAT, even though they don't have the chicken dinner, as long as they're steady, like they just keep pulling away.
Yeah, there's not a single round where their points were dropping below 5. That is how crazy GOAT team actually is. So, of course, now down to our very final matchup, and you guys definitely don't want to miss it because we already saw how technical it could be in Miramar. We are going to go at it for one more time for tonight. So don't go anywhere. We'll be on the short break. We'll be right back.
Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are down to the last game today, and this is the Ruthless Regional Showdown MENA Edition. My name is Circlat, together with Contra. We're still here with you, and the last game will be played in none other than Miramar.
That's right. One more chicken dinner to go. And so far, we've been seeing separate winners, just like how we did back in phase 1, where, you know, there was only that one day where we see repeated winners overall. So this is absolutely exciting time. So I want to see how quickly can we go for this Miramar duel. Once again, these are our top performers. IC is not going to be involved for the rounds. So realistically, you know, it kind of changes things a little bit, right? I wonder who's number 5 if that's going to be the case.
Yeah, I wonder who's that. I mean, obviously it's hard to tell and we don't have the answer offhand, but that could change later. But now we have to do our prediction, Contra. I am probably going to go for stats this time. Let's bring on ARCred. Let's go.
Okay, you're going for ARCred. I'm going to go for GS. You know, like, overall, today, ARCred hasn't fully convinced me. I think, like, they definitely have shown that, hey, we can make it to the top 4. We can get some rounds, a lot of frags. But today, more often than not, they're not really getting those big frag volumes, which is concerning. GS, however, they tried a lot, but they couldn't really get their hands on it. GEN.G, they have been on a snowball effect ever since that chicken dinner run. So I think that production might be able to score this time.
Yeah, I mean, they're going for momentum. Interesting. Okay, but if they score this one chicken dinner, then it's basically 2 chicken dinners today. So far today, we have not got a repeat, obviously, for teams. Right? We also have not got a repeat of the same flag up here. So that's what's interesting, right? It just shows, again, the level of diversity. The playing field is pretty equal. Like, it just tells me that anybody can score the chicken dinner. And that's fun about this lobby.
Yeah, and yeah, that's the absolute beauty of it, where we've seen even those who are on the second page to be able to really contest for some of all these really coveted spot in the top 4. And we can really consider that with 18 teams, it's just so hard to do to even make it into the top 10, yet alone, you know, making it in the top 4. It must have been, you know, a lot of calls to be made that has been absolutely accurate. And want to see precision in that point of view, and also precision in their shots as well, where, you know, that last round, it really felt like everyone took things a little bit too slowly, and then it was like some major fights that happened in between, which we can't really blame anyone for that because it's just so difficult.
Or maybe it's because, like what you say, right? We only have like a handful of games more. During this game, we have 11 more games, right? Because we have another 2 more days, and maybe that's where they start to count. Like, every round matters, and they probably have the set target to themselves that, okay, every round we must have X amount of points in order for them to achieve the placement that they want, or maybe even the number 1 spot. So that's why they're like, okay, this round onwards, we have to play this really carefully. We have to play this tactically, seriously, in order for them to gain as many points as possible, for them to try to overthrow Go Team, especially because right now, Go Team, with a 30+ point gap, is starting to run away with it again.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, Go Team, they have created such a lead that it is going to be so challenging for teams to even consider, okay, do we really want to hot drop these guys? Do we really want to fully, take them on? And many times they've proven that, yeah, you can come contest us. We're still going to show you that it is gonna feel like it's near impossible. So now, one final map remaining. I hope that, you know, all these players, they're ready for it, and we're excited. So I just want to see a really good game as we will be diving into our final one. Now, you guys out there, I know it's going to be a little late already for us. It's 2 in the morning, by the way. So, of course, we got to keep the energy up as we will be now moving into the final matchup of the night.
Yes, and Miramar it is. By the time we end this, well, typically we end around 3 a.m. our time. So that's yep, that's us also keeping up with the pace as much as these teams will need to keep up with the pace as well. Because one more game to go for tonight. And here we go. Miramar. Again, gonna check out if there's any early fight between Twisted Minds and Team Falcons.
Okay, this time we're changing the course of the flight path. It is going to move from the corners of Puerto Paraíso into the far end of Trailer Park-ish. So, direct drop into El Pozo. Is it going to be that big fight in El Pozo? I do wonder. Now, that's got me excited for a little bit. It's funny that, you know, both of us throughout the day have not voted for either Team Falcons or Twisted Minds because we're also trying to score some points for ourselves, and it's hard to really lay a finger on who really wins out those duels when they both lock horns.
I know, right? Not to say that they don't have the potential. It's just that sometimes, well, we don't know, like, who's going to win that early fight. That has to come out first. Then only we talk about, like, okay, who will score the chicken dinner. So I'll probably, and if you think about it, right, last week it was like Twisted Minds for the most part that wins it. Today, at least, it looks like Falcons is having the upper hand. So maybe we need a little bit more time till that settles down before we're able to come up with a prediction there. But we're going to look at BOARS first this time against PAPARA Supermassive. And PAPARA Supermassive so far has had the best of debut, but now they fight back against BOARS.
BOARS soaking a little bit too much right there. PAPARA Supermassive this time being very, very feisty. I believe there is a nade being picked up as well this early on. Meanwhile, just a big white swing going with a micro Uzi. Secures it for a side of EXO-17. And they're really starting things hot. PAPARA Supermassive runs through! Oh, the timing was just way too rough. And another one bites the dust.
Well, that's an early elimination. But this fight is still ongoing here. With the Snowwicks having this rooftop advantage, but you can't find an angle still. If he hears the footsteps, it's getting closer and closer. He does have shotgun, very clutchable weapon. All he needs to do is just to land that one beautiful shot and he'll be able to get his target. But while that's happening, we switch over to Rectum Carrier Esports instead of Picado with the GS. And GS right now, 2 players left. Amir comes in with the shotgun to the second floor. Rectum Carrier Esports, next team out.
Oh, I absolutely forgot that my pick has been really risky because they always battle inside the Picado. But thankfully, they are actually winning some trades though. The rest of BOARS still going on the chase, but now they are also battered and bruised. PAPARA Supermassive not backing down from a fight. He's looking for the angles up against Cause. Is he going to be able to find it? Cause! He will secure it. There we go. PAPARA Supermassive only walks away with 1 point.
And now it's Falcons. Oh, Raul. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Doesn't help that the fact that he does not have any first aids. And we have Koa here. He has the information, but then again, not going to take advantage of that. Wash is the final player for Twisted Minds. It looks like, again, Team Falcons having the upper hand against Twisted Minds. They have all 4 players right now. All they need to do is just rush in all together and they should be able to finish up the job.
We got to see if they could just do it cleanly. I mean, today has been a day of clutches. I don't want to, of course, jinx anyone just yet. But Twisted Minds They know what's coming. They hear plenty of footsteps. Wash. How long can he hold on, though? Now, I would say that this angle could actually work out for Wash, and he's playing smart. Oh, he found the angle. He strikes them from right across the corner, and this is the reason why this is a very hard place to push. Wash now repositions, and he's looking to actually take a wide swing. Okay, high pressure onto those members of Falcons. But the way that he's playing is just a masterclass.
Yeah, he's really buying a lot of time now. But at some point, he has to strike back, though. Clearly, they're not in the circle. But the Team Falcons being held back by only one player. Okay, now they lost their patience. They're going up all together. And oh, wait. Okay, he gets one. The rest of Team Falcons, they back out immediately right after. They didn't really follow up from there. This be another one of those big clutches here. Team Falcons not able to push at all. Oh, but they finally found an angle. And Team Falcons will recover. Twisted Minds out.
Oh boy. That was a long, hard-fought battle coming from the side of Wash. Meanwhile, Nuclear Zone going nuclear again. And there we go. Takes 1 point out. As we're also seeing the set of ARCred now trading back and forth as he's hiding right behind the rock. Ramses back in game 1. He's done so much, but this time suppressed with the arrival of ETSH.
Well, ETSH Shiva take it out. But ETSH, they still have 2 players left, so you can still play for it. Nasir and Baby on screen here. Nasir getting close to ARCred. ARCred now want to finish up the job against Nasir. Nasir very low on health on the lower ground. ARCred, they have the high ground advantage, but Hardboy got to be careful there. Nasir gets one. Oh, wait a second.
Oh,
Nasir! Wait, what? Lower ground clutch? Are you kidding me? Whoa!
he thought that the shots coming from the back was the one that was problematic, but Nasir has been waiting. Oh boy. They didn't really check the lower ground, and they absolutely got punished for it.
Wow, okay. I guess he got a bit of assistance from his teammate on the other side, so it wasn't only him, but great teamwork though. Nasir was like the distraction guy, and then his other teammate on the other side put in the damage. Nasir came in at the end to give that final blow, and that's how they won. So great teamwork there, Sean.
Yeah, it was so impressive. Nuclear Zone so far were really feisty on the challenges, and ETSH says, we're not a pushover team. You can't bully us. And they're the ones walking away with those 3 points. Impressive stuff. Meanwhile, back towards the side of Wolf. The matches spot GS now traversing across the field. And they know for a fact that there's always those battles in Picado, which is why they set up this death trap. Oh, the flip! So untimely!
Oh.
It's just so costly for GS.
And now GS being chased down by Aaron. Aaron sprays from behind, and Aaron will get icon. Unfortunately for GS, that's another player eliminated. Ooh. One more. Where is he? Okay, I guess he managed to survive. So that's a bit of good news for them. And now we're looking at the zone that shifted up north. We have a handful of teams spending time in the blue, taking their time, especially R8. But they don't seem like they're facing any resistance, so they should be able to come into the circle from the north end.
Yeah, the problem is where exactly will they arrive though? Because MADBULLS, they're going to be holding that north point. If they're going to be holding the high ground, then it is going to be relatively problematic for R8's entry, or maybe even Falcons. As for Falcons, at least they do get to have a little bit of a space for them to work with if they were anywhere up north of St. Martin-ish, to be able to loot off some mats or so, get some good replenishment of utilities as well. Whereas GOAT team, even had the time to stop by the garage, hoping to check out all these brand new wheels, turning that coupe into a supercar. Don't you just love those skins being whipped out?
Yeah, this is where the players get to flex, right?
Mhm.
Even the one we can see on screen. But oh, Lewis gets knocked. Okay, that's a long range one, but at least his teammate will be together with him in this compound. Now it's Kara's turn to try to lock out Oof Esports. Scarface down on the ground. Catch will get Marcel. Okay, a response back by Oof to try to find their way in the circle.
I gotta say that Scarface is quite lucky that he got knocked very close by to a rock. Else he'll be a goner, right? In the middle of the desert. So he has this little cover for the rest of his teammates to be able to recover for now, but that got them into hot waters as the rest of Kara is just by the doorways, and just like that, another member of Wolves is already being pinned down. Lewis, we've seen big clutches from him before. Can he do it again? And Ulf has got no other option but to hide by the corner of Shack.
Oh, he got the spray. But Kara, okay. Ooh, Solar. Just save it to get away. He'll be okay for now. But the players of they're not in the circle yet. Zone is still closing though, and he should be on top of them soon. This is stage number 2, so still kind of tankable, but then again, their healing utility is not that much. Aaron, Mr. MVP, down. It's not good news for Ulf with the fact that they lost their top player.
Oh boy, Kara so far playing so dominantly. 5 points already being secured as they continuously punish the rest of the Wolves. And now 2 more remain. Take a look at all these late rotations. Goat swinging by the edges. This will work very splendidly. ETSH is doing exactly the same. BOARS could be very late though. There is an ongoing fight. Kara as well as Ulf by the edge, and BOAR, if they do happen to hear all this ruckus, they can also chime in, but I don't think anyone wants to waste time because that zone in stage 4 is gonna hurt even more.
Yeah. Especially with the fact that they not say that they have a lot of healing utilities. It's like, okay, 2 first aids, for example, or maybe even 1, so that's not really that much. You don't want to, with that amount of healing utilities, you don't want to tank out stage number 4. If you're forced to use your first aids at stage 4, and then by the time you have to come in, you don't have any more first aids, then it becomes very, very difficult. For
Indeed.
GEEKAY, well, at least they're on the inside, so not to worry about them. Go Team. I noticed Go Team's gameplay is that they like to take their time in coming in the circle.
Yeah, they do. And I guess sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't, but in Miramar it is still very feasible. Go. The reason why they spend time in the blue zone is that they want to ensure that there is a safe passage, which, you know, feels very much like a DRS move that has been pulled out many times before. And to me, I guess Go, they kind of perfect that craft as well.
Yeah, and it has been obviously working out for them because, yeah, that's why they're number 1. BOARS, next team to be eliminated, this time by a nuclear zone. On screen, Oof Esports just eliminated another player, so they're at 5 eliminations now. Okay, Oof. So far, so good. On the north, R8. Don't see any other team that might challenge them. They came in unchallenged from the outside of the circle, spend a little bit of time in the blue, and they still have a decent round of healing utility, so that's okay. ETSH, right now, you have Dusty here against Marv on the other side.
ETSH,
It's safe approach.
he's trying his best to really hold firm towards this graveyard sector. And it's almost difficult for those to try to even climb up without getting spotted. And now Kara, oh, he took a chance. but GS was way quicker. They finally wrapped up this long, winding fight. Meanwhile, the MADBULLS are charging in towards the rest of the Falcons. Shots being far true. Redux goes down.
Oh, and now it's only Rauf left, but Rauf picked up one of his teammates, so he can still reset. MADBULLS Lemon now will be picking up its own teammate as well. Circle this shift though. So MADBULLS, they no longer have the circle. Same goes for R8, ETSH as well. And on the southern side, looks like the two players of Wolf, they're also taking their time. Amiri from GS also not in the zone yet. I guess he's also taking this calculated approach to try to find a way in.
Yeah, seems to be the case. So many teams just hugging by the edges. And later, I think it's just going to be a massive eruption of a fight. I mean, now with 9 teams, we might even see, within a span of a moment, suddenly we're already in the top 4. So, it's absolutely high pressure now for them to really land themselves in the best area possible. MADBULLS, they managed to at least recover one member after that standoff up against Team Falcons. 1 point so far. Right now, the rest of us, they stack up those 5 points. If they secure a chicken dinner this round, it makes it doable up against Goats. But I won't dare say that they're anywhere close to a potential chicken dinner just yet, especially after losing one member. Meanwhile, MADBULLS also in a similar predicament. The rest of GEEKAY, they're usually the late game maestros where you don't really see them for the first half of the match, and then ta-da, they're in the top 4. But they have struggles wrapping up the final few fights from time to time. But usually when they do, they actually walk away with like 15 over eliminations in order to do so. Airdrop now secured by Scarface. He's got that ghillie suit going on. Level 3 gear, absolutely helpful for the late game.
Well, ETSH now taking the blue at well, pretty much almost the late game stage 4, that is. But I mean, now the final play of GS going up against another team that's going to be GEEKAY. Wow, short range nade. Did take out Nerzet, but not able to lock in the elimination point. And Kevin will pick up Nerzet. They'll be back as a 4. A bit too late. As Pubg now receives a lot of damage down to his last stick of health though. Tries to get away to safety, but on the other side, Kevin provides cover fire. And he will be able to take down Catch before Catch is able to land the final shot on the Pubg.
Wow, that was such a risky play. And it all worked out perfectly for GEEKAY, all thanks to that amazing cover fire that suppresses Ulf for the meantime. And Ulf, they have yet to fully settle the scores up against some of the other teams on the other corner. Falcons, they're still holding firm. And now they will take the fight up against them, trying to hold them by the far corner of the zone. And perhaps if they hold long enough, they might bleed out to the blue zone. Is the rest of Falcons. They barely have enough space. Now here comes the brand new update. EK should be able to secure it. And now everyone's going to be marching into their corner of the warehouse.
And here's Go Team trying to get Baby within the smoke. A big 30% of health damage onto him. But he still have utilities to lob into the smoke. And one more by Vic, and that's it. Baby eliminated. ETS is out at number 8 with 3 elimination points. And now we're in the top 7.
Wow. Just like that, we're seeing 2 teams bow out within less than 2 minutes. R8 continues on with the pressure as he tries to pave a little bit of passage for the rest of his teammates to cut right by. We see plenty of these teams who have had to traverse across Cruise the Valley to get to where they should. The rest of MADBULLS right now on course as GEEKAY has been able to knock down one member side of Go. Twix already down now. Well, Raouf somehow dodges that grenade, but there is no one incoming from Scarface.
Well, now the zone doesn't favor these two teams. They have to set a score quickly. MADBULLS coming in though from the north, and that could disrupt Coas from Falcon. Let's see where will they go from there. Are they going to push in and try to disrupt this fight, or are they just going to do their thing up north and just avoid the fight entirely? But right now, it's going to be pretty tough for Raul. It's caught on the outside, on the lower ground. Scarface just right on top of him. Where's Raul going to go from here? And there you go. There's no way for him to escape that one, and OP Esports will send him back to the lobby.
There we go. Scarface now, beautiful angles, worked out up against the rest of GEEKAY. And now they will not be looking towards that direction. It pays a passage for Catch to be able to cut right across. And that was the saving grace that they needed to continue on surviving. Just playing by the edges. These teams are playing so riskily in the top 6.
Top 6 it is, with 7 eliminations for 14 or 3 players at least. But what's interesting is that GOAT is still in the game. So I guess with the amount of bodies still on the battleground, there's still not enough for even the number 2 team to catch the number 1 team GOAT.
Speaking of that, another potential catch as they are really flushing out the position from the side of MADBULLS. To me, it's also impressive on how MADBULLS have been able to survive brunt of damages coming from multiple teams, and they're still hanging on. In most instances, certain teams will just absolutely bow out, but not for these guys. These Bulls are built like a tank. Meanwhile, another update. Where does this one land? Plenty of space for R8 over north, but if it shifts away, it'll be a concern. But at least they still have Amuri on board, so they can now rally towards the error, but they are taking up a fight up against GOAT.
Who's going to challenge GEEKAY for the warehouse in the middle?
No one for the time being. Not at all.
Yeah, I don't see that one. Because they're also busy cancelling out each other by the edge of the circle. For example, now we can see one of them, GOAT team against R8. As GOAT team 1 player, Joyagi, their Mr. MVP, now down on the ground, out in the open. Unless they win the fight against R8, they can't save him.
Yeah, certainly. Vic has to do a lot of work here. The rest of GOAT now kind of in a pickle. One member limping right through as R8. They might actually take this opportunity to set up perfectly. And with this flank coming from Prestige, they are onto something.
Yeah, Prestige is making his presence unknown. Gonna come up with a surprise later. Vic, he sees Mori there, but again, he doesn't see Prestige. So let's see what kind of magic that Prestige will be able to cook up. But the longer he waits on the outside, the lesser space he has. And now right in front of R8, here comes MADBULLS. They push in. And they'll take out a player of R8 just like that.
Wow. Just absolutely lethal. Lemon now paving a path. And now gets to also consider some restock options. Kraken now trades back, and just like that, R8 loses out a member. Those nades sent right in. The rest of MADBULLS, they take this opportunity because Amuri is going to be blinded off, and he just got to guess where exactly do these grenades land. It does chip on his health bar, not enough to take him down just yet, but here comes another one.
Well, finally it lands, and there goes MADBULLS, dominating 5 elimination points. Now moving into the circle, looking for their next target. GOAT team, that is. I managed to pick up Joyagi there, Mr. MVP. Joyagi not making his presence known yet. And MADBULLS there, just right in front of him though, but thanks to the terrain, he has enough cover from MADBULLS.
Yeah, Joyagi, we've seen clutches from him before. Can he do it? He's all stocked up. The star player of GOAT team for phase 1. is looking to pull some miraculous run. Prestige arrives to challenge the rest of GEEKAY. MADBULLS having Pusher on top. But Lemon's been knocked out already. Go. They managed to get a little bit of reset being done. And take a look at Ulf. They're on the other side. And we're having such a stacked name of teams who are now battling for the top spot. Lo and behold, the fight must take place up against GEEKAY.
Ooh, but it's only Prestige alone though. 1v3, let's go! But Prestige takes damage, 50% of health left, and Prestige eliminated with SOK. And there goes. 4 teams left. Next challenger is going to be Nuclear Zone onto GEEKAY.
Yeah, they're expecting more and more of these teams to be funneled towards that direction, and they have prepared for it. Those grenades do not connect though, so they have to manage their resources because this isn't going to be the only battle that will take place in this area of play. So that being said though, Nurzet, he's also cooking another one. Not exactly going to be hitting the mark either ways, as the Longhouse compound has so many different rooms that they could actually play off from, so they may as well just keep some of the resources because the rest of GOAT are also going to be crashing in from the north point. I think that GOAT is just waiting for the battle to happen, and speaking of which, here comes Vic. Swinging by. Walks off scot-free. But the grenade now being charged from the side of Vin. Is it going to be Vin or Vic? 2 members of GEEKAY at the ready, and now tags coming from far.
And oof, they're keeping the distance though. I want to allow Go to have this fight against GEEKAY. Vic's nade did not connect onto anyone. Yeah, all pretty much in the center of the circle right now. But Scarface to the side, he's on Vic, and Vic will be eliminated just like that. Scarface receives damage, but he does still have first aid to recover.
Wow. Great catch. Joyagi just playing by the edge. I think Ulf might have actually saw a little bit of an inkling of where he's currently at. Now, it is all down to this very moment. Joyagi also working with all these tight spaces. He's going to consider taking that vehicle for a spin. But the question is, if he were to go in for a drive, where does he land over GEEKAY so far? Firm hole inside of the warehouses. I'm just surprised they have not fully pushed onto Nuclear Zone just yet because they are not willing to commit any form of mistake. Meanwhile, take a look at Oof. They've already secured 9 total points.
Wow, 9 already? Man, Oof, today they are on the roll. Focusing on the eliminations. Remember the first round they scored like what? Was it like 18 or 19 eliminations? Yeah, 18, right? Thereabouts, right? So they're bringing in the momentum at least into the final round here today. And with the fact that they have 3 players, they can still rank in those elimination points. And they're looking to bring in more points by taking out GEEKAY.
I just like the fact that they've been able to take half of the portion. I say half because this side of the warehouse is exposed towards the side of ULF. And now GOAT. Full send coming from Joyagi. He's got no other choice but to drive towards the direction of Nuclear Zone. And that indeed was a landmine. While the rest of Ulf, they got a little bit more of that free space because GEEKAY has got limited angles. They cannot step too far off because there is still Nuclear Zone at the back that they are wary of. A very tense situation here in the top 4. 28 minutes and a half. We're going to be moving into stage 9. Today's games have been really long drawn out.
Well, Nizik got Kraken. And that leaves us with 3 teams. Stage 9 it is. The second stage 9 in a row. Now Catch with his nade, he does have 3 trusty nades. He'll cook up one of them, and GEEKAY, they probably sense something, so they moved away from the entrance. But Catch, well, he cancelled that nade, so that's okay. Top 3 right now. Okay, it's 3v3v2, so pretty equal amongst them. But Krona found Kevin at the end.
And this is definitely going to cause a stir. P90 in the hands of Scarface. I want to see him unleash that. And speaking of which, GEEKAY takes one member out from the side of Nuclear Zone, as they are going to be relying on him to do much more. But Krona goes down. A top 3 finish for Nuclear Zone with 5 elimination points. So far, they're just climbing up and up. But now the battle is between GEEKAY as well as ULF. Does GEEKAY have enough time to go in for a pickup? Yes, they do. But can they replenish more, though? There is an entry point that they are hoping to smoke off Scarface. She's got the angles, looking to unleash the P90.
Whoever gets the first knock will have the advantage. And here comes Scarface! There's some G, but Nirzat fires back together with Kevin. But now looks like they have the better chance. It's a 2v1 at this moment. Only one more left is going to be Kevin. He receives a lot of damage. Here comes the jump shot. The final shot. And that is Esports not only on a rampage, but finally they scored their chicken dinner today.
And they will be rewarded handsomely for all of their efforts. They were always looking at runner-up positions, and they've been able to finally take a claim. My goodness, ULF Esports made it look like a walk in the park. I mean, how many teams did they plow through? Multiple. And now that's a hefty 20-pointer for ULF Esports.
Yep, and let's see here. Made that 22 because they scored 12 eliminations at the end with the chicken dinner 22 points. Interesting. Okay. But how much would they affect the overalls? Well, that's something that we'll need to look at later once we're shown the overall scores. But because of the gap that has been created by a Go team, I doubt that they'll be shaken at the top. So expect Go team to be still number 1, but it's a matter of how close the gap will be now.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be the big question remaining. Scarface bringing that P90 towards the tail end, and alongside with Ketch, who's been able to really be the backbone of the team. There was that one moment where they were playing on the far western corner of the map where they were absolutely getting pinched. He found those angles to actually knock over members of GEEKAY, forcing them to retreat, and now finally they bring the fight towards them, and it was an absolute payback. ULF Esports, I think like with this chicken dinner with 20 over points, and also with Go securing a bunch, there's still a gap, but the gap is not going to be far too wide.
Yeah, especially with the fact that Go team, they are part of the top 4 teams to watch, so that's a signal. But also want to point out that we got to give credit to Nuclear Zone as part of our top 4 teams to watch. This is their best performance so far. We did see them a fair bit during the early stages, stage 1, stage 2, and sometimes stage 3, that they got into action. And I guess because of those eliminations, that's why they are part of this top 4. We'll look at the individual numbers later. But before that, as always, we're going to compare like number 1 and number 2 head to head. A lot more action by ULF Esports, even based on the stats.
Yeah, and overall, they were just taking heavy hits as well over on the edges, and then they traded back and forth so many times. Hence why you're looking at 11 knockouts. Absolutely out of this world. I mean, overall, a lot of all these teams were forced to play by the blue zone, which is why you see a lot of healing to be done. But the MVP of the match is none other than Scarface, with a nice number of 14 damage displayed.
Wow, you don't get to see that all the time. Okay, interesting. But of course, that comes together with a package of 5 eliminations. Now, if we were to look at the ratio, he basically did a lot of work on the damage department, but perhaps his other teammates, they did the finishing move. And that's why his eliminations don't really tally with the amount of damage. Well, one of his other teammates that actually brought in the eliminations is Ketch as part of the top performers. sharing the same amount of eliminations as Scarface. And then we have Fajita, also with 5, and EXO from BOARS with 4. What's interesting is that we have Fajita and EXO, both of them with 100% team contribution. So basically what that tells us that Fajita 5 eliminations, that's the amount of eliminations for the entire team this round.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen so many clutch factors for today, and Fajita has been able to actually pull one back. And I felt like, you know, so sometimes all these teams who are struggling just need, you know, that kind of glimmer of hope, and they did manage to really come back so much stronger. Definitely the most improved team back from the side of phase 1 for the moment. Meanwhile, ULF 22 points, 13 for the side of GEEKAY. This time, Virtus Pro, Twisted Minds, as well as GEN.G, they walk away with 0 points whatsoever.
Yeah. Also to highlight that today hasn't been the day for Twisted Minds because of Team Falcons. They've been winning. They've been losing all their fights against Team Falcons. So a bit of a payback arc there, I would say, from phase number 1. But whether this result will change again tomorrow, well, we'll need to leave that for tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, for us to find out. Stay tuned for tomorrow. But before we get on to the overalls, of course, as usual, we know that you miss our handsome looking faces. So we show you one more time before we check out who's the MVP.
Well, I guess later on they're still gonna see our face again. I hope that they're not really fully sick of it, you know. But overall, you know, it's been an incredible day. I mean, over on the battlegrounds, we've seen so many heroic plays from game 1 all the way into our final map of the evening. It is just absolutely sterile of what both EU as well as MENA bring to the table.
Yep. Well, I can't wait to see who will be the MVP as well, by the way. Because we did talk about whether it will be the same person or someone else. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. And looks like Scarface from OOF is the MVP. Same team, different player.
It's just astounding. I mean, take a look at the damage being done. He's doing over 9,000. I mean, I had to do that, right? 41 elimination points as well on top of that. I think like he's just so well-rounded on how he goes in for executions, the rushes, as well as to also look for flanks whenever possible. So Scarface is definitely a deadly player that we should look out for.
Yep, and his other teammate, Aaron, who was the MVP before we started the show today, dropped to number 2. And then we have Twix from Go Team, Bad Boy from ARCred, and Joyagi from Go Team. Oh, okay. Welcome back, Joyagi. He was missing from the top 5 when we started the show today.
And great to actually see him climb back up. It goes to show that GOAT is still doing a relative maintenance overall on their form. And once more, you're still looking at them bare minimum top 4 finishes. That's how you want a team to function if you ever manage one. And take a look at the very list. It's just ridiculous when you make comparisons because Scarface is the only one sitting at 9,000 over points. He's about to reach 110k as well. I mean, I almost overshouted to say 100k, but that probably requires like, you know, 2 full weeks of action maybe.
Yeah, that's like 2 full weeks, non-stop, like 10 maps a day or something like that. Overall as well, I guess we kind of expected this, right? Like GOAT, they're still on top, but yep, there is a bit of a gap that's being closed. Now the difference is, doing a quick math here, 19 points. Yeah, 19 points between GOAT and OOF. But you know what? This has happened multiple times. Every time it almost feels like, oh, another team is about to catch up to GOAT. The next game they show up and then the gap just goes up again.
Yeah, true enough. And then you take a look at this. This has been a big round for us out of UF in order to kind of close in the gap. And there's not a single round where those members of GOAT have dropped below 6 points. Everything is double digit for most part. Meanwhile, another improvement coming from R8 as we do welcome them into the triple digit club.
Yep. Welcome R8, and next is Regnum Karya Esports, only 6 points behind. And if you gotta think about it, like Regnum Karya, they didn't play day 1 of phase 1, but they're still able to like, okay, now we're almost there. Imagine if they played day 1 phase 1, they're probably on page 1.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, they were just having, small little struggles here and there when it comes down to committing into a duel, but I would say they're definitely on the right trajectory still. So that's all that we do have for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed to Ruthless Hype Esports right now if you guys haven't do so. Sir Cloud, any last words before we go?
Well, we'll still be seeing you again tomorrow. So same time, same channel. Make sure to check back by then. For now, we'll be ending day 1 of phase 2. My name is Sir Cloud, together with Contra. We'll be seeing you again tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget to subscribe to Ruthless Hype Esports. Good night.
Bye.
Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. rumble.